Welcome to the Lion Racers course. So let's get right into it. Why self-improvement is important? Well, how are you going to achieve your goals? Like magically? It's like sailing a ship with no destination port and then wondering why you didn't get to Paradise Island, motherfucker. So you really need to understand, first of all, the concept of instant gratifications versus delayed gratification and why this will get you closer to your goals and how you can actually implement this into your daily life. What are the habits that are going to be hindering you and what are the habits that are going to actually propel you towards the future, why you'll feel better going the discipline route, though it seems like harder right now, and why you'll feel worse in the long run by doing the bad habits. Not just because you won't achieve your goals and all that kind of stuff, but actually because you will literally just feel bad. Just your dopamine levels, your dopamine receptors will tighten up, will start closing, and it doesn't matter how much dopamine you try to supply to them, your dopamine levels are going to be at a baseline very, very fucking low. So let's jump right into it. Let me explain it in depth to you in the whiteboard. So I'll just take you there and let's continue there. So here we go. This is basically what happens. So these are your dopamine levels, right? And here you got like the time axis. So when you are actually just normal, when you haven't got into any bad habit, into a new bad habit yet, this is your baseline, right? But here, this is what happens. Oh, actually, let's get that one blue. It looks better. Makes more sense. So the blue line is your actual baseline, right? And then you go and watch some porn, jerk off, or start getting into video games, for example, or start taking drugs. Whatever it is, it will happen within you. Remember, dopamine is this neurotransmitter that works on the reward system of your brain. So it's not like a pleasure neurotransmitter, it's actually a neurotransmitter dedicated to motivation. Basically it's what will make you crave something and make you like move towards it. So when you do this instant gratification stuff, your dopamine is going to have a spike and you're going to feel good, but then you're going to crash, and this crash is going to be below baseline, and now this has become your new baseline. Over time, you keep repeating that activity and you keep getting these spikes, but it never feels quite like the same. and you always crash down below baseline. Now it's red because now when you actually let's say do that activity again, you're just going to feel normal. This is when you are like full-blown addiction style, that you actually need to do the thing, like playing video games for 8 hours just to feel normal. Bro, that's fucking insane. If you need to do something just to feel normal, like the way you used to feel right here, then you got a serious problem with that shit. And this is how it happens with instant gratification activities. Fuck, it almost didn't fit. You see? But there's the opposite of this, which is delayed gratification. And you're going to see right now how that one works. So this is your baseline, right? This is you feeling absolutely normal. But then you go and do cold plunges, work out, read, meditate, work hard on your business. This shit is going to actually make you feel bad when you're doing it. So your dopamine levels are going to drop. But look at this because it's quite interesting. Afterwards, they are going to return, but instead of returning to your actual baseline, you're going to now be above that baseline. You see? And the more you do it, the higher you'll go, and the higher will be your actual baseline, until you feel fucking great just by default. Just by existing, feeling actually fucking great. This is what makes you feel consistently as good as the bad dopamine habits, but without the crash and without actually feeling worse consistently. This is sustainable. This get you to actually achieving your goals, because at the same time you're working on your body by working out, you're working on your business by working hard, building an online business, perhaps recording YouTube videos, perhaps creating courses, perhaps training for a craft, learning to play the piano, learning a new language, developing monetizable skills, maybe graphic design, maybe programming. this is the shit that you actually want in your life, because this not only makes you feel good on the long run, makes you feel better in a sustainable manner, gets you away from depression, gets you to feel actually like a man, gets you to feel good about yourself, but also gets you the results you want, gets you into a sustainable path in which you are going to be achieving more and more consistently, because actual consistency is the key to getting incredible results. And that's the thing. With the addiction loop, with the instant gratification stuff like scrolling on social media, eating junk food, masturbating, watching porn, playing video games, taking drugs, with the addiction loophole, you'll end up fucking depressed without any motivation, because dopamine is the neurotransmitter that gets you to be motivated. So in this kind of life, you're going to feel hyped up, you're going to feel with a lot of energy all the fucking time, you're going to feel way better, and you're going to be making progress constantly. In the other way, you're going to have, and you know this already, you have felt it, you have lived through it, you're probably even living through it right now. You know it's even hard to get out of fucking bed, and you go across your house from bed to couch. Bro, that's no life. That's not worth it, man. You aren't even having fun playing the video games. You're barely having any pleasure from all these things, and you know they make you feel bad in the end. You know they get you to return to a baseline way lower than the one you had before. That's why so many of the times you actually feel bad. I mean, you actually have to do the thing to just feel normal. That's a waste of time, man. That's just a waste of time. So now that you know how delayed gratification looks versus instant gratification, let me actually try to draw this. So this is where you are, and this is where you could be. Here, you're getting your goals. Here, you're wasting your fucking life away. Because when you finish up doing all the bad habits, you got nothing to show for it, and you are going to feel way worse than when you started. On the other hand, you're going to feel way better than at the beginning by doing the good habits, and you're actually going to have the body to show for it. You're actually going to have the results in business, in money to show for it, the knowledge the books you have read, the communication skills, perhaps the status that you have built, the appreciation and the love from people, the attraction from girls, the peace of mind and the spiritual growth from meditation, from expanding your awareness, from expanding your consciousness, for a better understanding of the nature of reality. Let's not go too deep into that right now. Let's keep going. We're going to go back now to the template, and I'm going to show you the rest of the introductory module. I'll see you there. So now that you know that instant gratification versus delayed gratification, it's always going to be better delayed gratification. With this gratification, you can get to really serious depression, anxiety. Bro, you end up fucked up. And with delayed gratification, you'll actually feel better, enjoy more your life in the long run, on the discipline route, and you'll actually get the fulfillment while achieving your dreams and goals. So it's way better. You know this already. But you need to understand what it takes to be great. And I'm telling you, man, it's hard, but it gets easier once you have started already. It is not actually that it gets easier, but that you get better. And when you get better, when you are better, then it's really difficult to not be easy to actually do the things, because things actually start getting harder and more complex, but your level skills are also so much higher that you can handle them. And that's what happens. And I want you to make sure to create a story for your life that's actually worth living. Do you really want to live the NPC life? Going from 9 to 5 to 9 to 5, barely having time for yourself, never achieving anything great in your life, not being developing constantly, not being in this constant growth, not achieving anything, not obtaining your goals, instead of growing, decaying. I'm telling you, there's no maintenance. That's a lie. There's only growth or decay. You choose which one are you going to be on. So, this is what you'll learn in this course. Module 1 is identity shifting. I will teach you here how to modify your beliefs and perception about yourself in order to alter your behavior at its root and get you to stay consistent for the long run with the habits you want to implement in your life to be able to build the success that you desire. On Module 2, which is timetable and routine, well, here I'll teach you the structure of the system you'll have in place to allow you to stick to your good habits in order to make consistent progress on your daily goals. 1% better each day equals to 365% better after a year. Consistency is the key. Practice and perseverance beats anything. So stay tuned with that. Module 3, Core Self-Improvement Habits and Building Your Dream. On the third module, you'll learn which are the 3 holistic self-improvement core habits and why are they so important to build a solid foundation for yourself as a man. You'll learn as well what is it that you are going to build on top of that foundation and how. And on module 4, the importance of connecting your present to your future. Here you'll learn why is it important to paint a clear picture in your mind of how your ultimate goal is connected directly to your present moment and the thing you must do right now to move you closer to such goal. You'll also learn exactly how to make that connection. On module 5, how to get out of a rut if you fall into one. The title is quite self-explanatory, right? So there's also the bonus modules and they are listed on top, so let's take a look at them here. Energy levels and testosterone optimization, that's a really good one. It's going to help you a lot. Every single module is actually very useful, to be honest. Book recommendations, you're going to need them for one of your core self-improvement habits, which is reading. But if you have seen my YouTube channel, which is probably the reason why you're here, you already know this kind of thing. So it's really important to stick to your 3 core self-improvement habits, and on top of that, building that actual temple on top of that foundation, your temple to your purpose. So number 3 on plus modules, bonus modules, eliminating bad habits for good, which is upcoming. It's not right now on the course. Well, maybe when you're watching this, it's already on the course, but we'll see about that. And number 4, affirmations, level 2, for faster reprogramming of your unconscious mind. That's one is upcoming as well. But don't worry, we'll have it all figure it out here. So I'll see you in the first module, and good luck, man. This is quite a journey. It's going to change your life forever. It changed mine. So I'll see you in the next one. And remember, brother, duty, honor, and pride. So welcome to module 1, identity shifting. This is like the main course inside this course. Let's go through it. On my mentorship programs while coaching one-on-one, I have come to realize that building habits that stick come down to how you actually perceive yourself. If your identity is the one of a loser, it's going to be really hard to stay away from the bad habits and the instant gratification stuff and actually stick to the good ones, because that's simply not how you perceive yourself. So why daily affirmations work and why most people do them wrong. Most people just use disingenuous affirmations in short sentences and pussy stuff that might work for white rich girls into spirituality, but those aren't the kind of affirmations that work for real men. They do not speak to the warrior soul, and they do not turn ordinary men into lions. We are here to turn you into a life flesh hero, not into some pussy who is learning to love himself. You are a fucking loser. You are not supposed to love yourself and accept yourself just like you are. You're supposed to build yourself. You're supposed to build yourself into a man that you admire, a man that feels pride when he looks into the mirror. That's why you are not going to look yourself into the mirror while you're doing these affirmations. So number 3, you write down affirmations that align with your goals. If you don't know what those goals are, we are going to figure it out right here, right now. First, you want to have an aesthetic, strong body. Second, you want a strong, sound, and knowledge mind so you can tackle any difficult problems or situations that requires skills and know-how to get solved. Third, you want a good mental health, a high level of awareness, a high vibrational frequency, and an expanded consciousness that keeps you grounded but connected with the divine, the ineffable nature that dwells within you and permeates all existence. Fourth, you want money, status, and a woman. Let's get real here. To get that, you need to be valuable as a man to society at large, so you need a high level skill or business, preferably online, so it also grants you time, location, and economic freedom. 3 birds killed with one stone kind of thing. Make sure to direct your aims at bringing true value to your customers. Make sure to actually care about them instead of just do drop shipping or some other soulless bullshit just for the money. It needs to feel meaningful, helpful, and truly valuable for it to actually bring you fulfillment and for you to truly become great at it. Now that you know what you want on some broad strokes, I'll present you 3 different templates for you to use as guidelines to write down your own affirmations. Make sure to make it compelling and use a very inspiring and sophisticated language. This needs to feel meaningful and actually fun for you to read. Trust me, you are going to be reading it a lot. So, now, to destroy those pussy limiting beliefs in your mind, let me make very clear to you exactly why affirmations actually do work. Every single thing you do comes from your mind. Most habits you do daily, you don't really think about them, and you can do them easily even while doing some other shit, like walking and talking, for example. That's because those habits you form are actually ingrained on your unconscious mind. You don't need to pay attention to those actions because you've got them already stored on some obscure place deep within your psyche. The more you do something, the more ingrained on your unconscious mind it becomes. The reason it works is because your unconscious mind is highly susceptible to repetition over long periods of time on a high frequency. That's why fucking McDonald's got you craving their new junk food even though you haven't tasted their new poisonous and delicious shit already. Big companies leverage this with their massive marketing campaigns, drilling into your monkey mind that you actually need the bullshit they are selling. And you wonder why you start craving their junk, or just never stop to reflect on why you are craving it and just buy it. Don't be dumb. Use this shit on your advantage, because if they are using it so mercilessly on you, you should be smart enough to use it relentlessly on yourself for a good cause, to actually help you instead of empty your wallet on things you don't even really need. So moving on, if you try to do a habit, you'll find out that eventually you keep falling off. Or if you try to stop a bad habit, you'll eventually realize that you keep slipping back into it and having periodical relapses. Don't take the hard way on this and be smart about it. The reason you keep cheating on your diet is because you perceive yourself as a fatty. The reason you keep relapsing on and resetting your no-fap streak is because you see yourself as a wanker. Let's change that once and for all, and let's change entirely how you perceive yourself, because that's the thing that is causing you the most troubles. That's the root. If you start perceiving yourself as the disciplined, virtuous, and successful man who always do the hard work, makes amazing progress every single day, sticks to the good habits, and actually enjoys his life filled with meaning and purpose and doesn't even feel like a grind to him. The man full of vibrant energy, passion and ambition inside of him, and jumps out of bed excited for the productive day ahead. You'll actually start doing those things and start feeling more and more like such a man until all those things and the subsequent results that follow such actions land on your lap. And the thing is, every single affirmation is like a question to your unconscious mind. Am I this person? And then throughout the day, you'll answer fucking yes. And every single answer on the form of action fulfilling such task will be like casting a vote on that identity you are shifting into. After 3 days, you'll already start to notice the difference. After 30 days, you'll start seeing glimpses of results. After 90 days, you'll be utterly convinced that this is just who you are now. And reality itself will start bending to your will. That's the kind of power we are dealing with here. So these are the 3 main examples of your affirmations. Sample number 1. I am a driven, ambitious young man. I feel the heat of my blood running through my veins like fire and gunpowder exploding inside a cannon to propel into its target a cannonball. I got unlimited amounts of energy and I use it to fulfill my mission. I am an adept meditator with the discipline and sacred aura of a Buddhist monk. I love meditation because it expands the boundaries of my consciousness and allows me to tap into the creative void from which I came from and to which all material and non-material things shall return and draw energy, strength and life force from it directly. I love reading because it trains my mind to focus on a hard task and allows me to extract valuable information and equip my mind with the right tools to overcome all and any problem it might present itself in my way. I build my body like a great sculpture of all, carving an astonishingly piece of art from a raw and dull marble. I practice my craft and develop my skill. You introduce your skill here, like coding, playing an instrument, singing, recording YouTube videos, whatever, daily, and I become better and better every single day. I'm a master of my craft, and excellence is closer with every single day, hour, and minute. I direct towards this aim. I monetize my skill and charge highly with pride and confidence because there's nobody who can do it better and more passionately than me. Example number 2. I was born to be great, to be a wolf amongst sheep, to build a legacy that shall be remembered for ages to come. My heart is like the sun itself, sending blasting waves of fire and heat through my whole body, and I move with the speed, strength, and might of the Greek heroes of all. High amounts of energy flow naturally through me, because I am a force of nature, relentless, resilient, and unstoppable. I train my body under the burning rays of the sun every single day. Sweat, blood, and tears are the fertilizer for the soil that is my body, and my muscles grow stronger with every single rep that I perform. The iron in my hands feels like a feather, and the weight lifts me upwards, reaching high into the stars instead of me lifting them. I think it's better lifting it, right? I read to gain knowledge and make my mind as strong and capable as my muscles. If they are made of steel, my mind is made of titanium. There's no problem over the face of the earth I cannot solve by reading, learning, and applying my knowledge to it with raw action and relentless practice. For I know that the road to success is paved in failures and countless attempts and I do not fear failure. Failure is my greatest teacher and I love it. Enthusiasm I do not lose, no matter how many times my attempts are met with cold and stale rejection. I meditate like the fearless samurai warriors of old, with grace and nobility, with a great sense of awe and sacredness. I enter the chaotic void of silence in the depths of my mind and learn about myself, my nature, and the nature of reality itself. I understand that my thoughts and even beliefs are not my own and are not truly me. I understand I am the observer of my thoughts and moods, and I stoically control my reactions to them and always choose the best course of action when met with any unexpected situation. I do not panic, I do not stress. I am confident and grounded in my awareness of the eternal present moment unfolding before me. Past and future are nothing but illusions to me, and I understand the power that dwells within my attention, so I place it carefully on the ideas, thoughts, emotions, and beliefs that benefit myself the most and move me forward towards my goals. I build my online business, Introductory business, with passion and indefatigability. It expands and grows as a cost of my daily actions. I am honest, reliable, and trustworthy. I care deeply about my customers and make sure that they get the highest value possible from our transactions. I crush my competition like a bug under my boot, not with force or with pettiness and malice, but by sheer excellence on my niche and absolute and utter competence. There's nothing that can stand in my way. By the way, talking about trust and reliability and honesty, this is really important. For example, before jumping into example 3, I wanted to call attention to this book called Why Nations Fail, that talks about talks about exactly why nations fail and why nations actually are able to build these amazing economic engines. And it's been proven that the most successful societies are the ones with high levels of trust, with more honest people, and in which private this is a little tangent, but private property is protected by the government. There's less interference of the government into the free market, and the institutions are more trustworthy, are less corrupt. The more trustworthy institutions and the people itself that are doing business are, the better the economical progress, because the better you sustain a long-term profitable business interaction with someone else is making sure that you win and he wins as well, that you both are getting value from this transaction. Because if you feel like you haven't gotten value from a transaction, you're not going to buy from me anymore, and vice versa. If I don't feel you are a good customer or you are not paying me enough for the value I'm providing, I'm going to start my value is going to start dwindling, because I'm going to put less work into the service or the product I'm making. So it's really important to keep high levels of honesty and reliability on all your business transactions. That's why it's really important to always be on time for the appointments you have, to make sure that you are as trustworthy as possible and you put a lot of effort into everything you do, and you always make sure to show up and always make sure to be on time and meet your deadlines. Your word as a man is your bond, so you need to make sure that your word is always being fulfilled. Do not give your word if you cannot fulfill that promise. Never. because your reputation is really important, especially in business, but in all areas of life. This does not mean that you got to get anxious about your reputation or get paralyzed when you're starting something new that you know that you're going to be really bad at it. It doesn't matter that you're bad at it. It only works on behalf of your reputation, because if you're really bad at something and you stick to it for a really long time, you're going to be building more and more reputation on that skill, on that business, on that endeavor. And people are going to be able to look back at how bad you were at the beginning, and are going to be able to look forward into the future, into the present moment in which you have built this amount of success through sheer practice and constant reiteration, constant perfection of your craft by practice. So I don't want you to worry about that. But it's really important to make sure that you are trustworthy. You might not be the best right now when you are getting started, but you are reliable. You do what you say you were going to do. You keep that promise to yourself with your own habits, with your own self-improvement core habits, with your own work when nobody's looking at you, when nobody's pressuring you, but you keep that as well with your work ethics, and you show people that you are that kind of man. So let's jump into example 3 right now. This is a good one. I am a thunderbolt sent to earth by Zeus himself. My strength, courage, mastery, and honor are unparalleled amongst men. My energy is near infinite, and my discipline is unshakable, like a rock in the ground. My word is my bond. Just what I was saying. My word is my bond, and I always do what I say I'll do. That's why I feel so much confidence and pride on myself. I think it's on myself. My competence and capabilities know no limits. I meditate daily to calm and center myself. I explore my consciousness and expand my awareness with each mindful breath. I am a sage who extracts wisdom straight from the source of all creation and infinite knowledge. My instincts grow sharper with each meditation, and my ability to focus becomes like a laser. I read every single day to make sure my mind is properly nurtured with knowledge, and I'm equipping it with the right tools for the job. My knowledge is ever expanding like the universe. I work out and train in preparation for battle, to grow in strength and develop my character through the strenuous process of building my muscles and discipline through continual failure. Each rep brings me closer to becoming the pinnacle of masculine aesthetic and strength excellence. I know there's no reward in the virtue. Virtue is the reward itself. I am a virtuous man, and all bad habits and forms of instant gratification are beneath me. I love growing my business and doing the main task or more important thing to grow your business, which could be doing cold reach outs to acquire clients, building a digital course, and post educational and valuable videos on social media, and halfway through promoting them, coding your app, building web pages for clients as a freelancer. You get the idea. Just place that in this space. I make, and then you put X amount of money. Let's say $10,000 for simplicity's sake, and for you to believe it realistically at first, per month, and this is at this rate per month, and at this rate I'll be doing so much more soon. So let's go through it one more time. I love growing my business, let's jump straight from the task and doing that the main task. I make $10,000 per month, and at this rate I'll be doing so much more soon. I bring extreme amounts of value to the people I serve as customers, and I care deeply about them. They are the reason of my success, and I feel deeply grateful for every single one of them. I am everything I always wanted to be, and each day I grow more and more into my truest self, the highest version of this vision. I shall fulfill my destiny and win my place amongst the stars. Divine providence guides my hand. So, you need to repeat your affirmations daily, twice a day. Once right after you wake up, and another time right before you go to bed. It's very important that this is the first thing you do right when you open your eyes. Not go to the bathroom, not anything else. And last thing you do right before sleep, because those are the two moments of the day when your unconscious mind is most susceptible to suggestion, and we are going to take advantage of that to plant these seeds. You need to do this for at least 100 days. After 100 days, you are allowed to upgrade or evolve your vision, meaning that with the knowledge you've gathered so far, you can change and upgrade some things according to your current new goals in your daily affirmations. But before the 100 days of affirmations haven't been completed, I don't want you to change absolutely anything about your affirmations. Once you start with it, it's set in stone for 100 days. Those are the rules. Make sure to follow them if you want to win at this game called life. Make sure to track how many days of affirmations you have done so far. It's going to give you a boost on motivation, and you need to be meticulous with this. Keep track of everything. Here's an example of how I do it at the end of my daily timetables. Excuse me. It's really easy, and you can do it on your notes app on your iPhone. I hope you got an iPhone. Do it. I want no cope with it. In the upcoming module, I'll build with you your very own timetable, so don't worry about a thing. We got it all under control. You can see right here, right? This is like the affirmation, the tracking of the affirmations, how many days you have done it so far. And you can begin the affirmations like, this is who I am, or something like that. Make sure to track it like this. Here's the, like I said, that's the beginning of my affirmations, and I already gave you the 3 examples of the text inside, and here's the end. To make sure you do it twice a day, include the checklist boxes to tick once you've done it. So morning ritual and evening ritual, pay no attention to, that's my actual affirmations. So this is the end of module 1, identity shifting. Now you are fully equipped with everything you need to start doing your daily affirmations and begin changing at an unconscious level your beliefs about yourself and the way you perceive your own persona. In about 100 days after you have done your affirmations, you are going to be ready to evolve your vision, and by then there's going to be already probably the second level. So you can the second level to affirmations inside this course, that extra module. I'm going to add. I'm probably going to add it like in a couple of weeks when I get around to recording it and place it inside the course. But this is what you need to get started. This is your level 1. You cannot skip levels. You need to do this and get consistent with this before you can advance to a more complex type of affirmations. And also you need to start dwelling deeper into meditation and start understanding better how your consciousness works. But we're going to go through all of that, don't worry about it. So let's do now a quick recap. Number one, building habits is hard because people tend to slip back into their old selves unless they create a new self and start embodying it. Number two, daily affirmations work as long as they are compelling. You do them daily and for at least 100 days straight, twice a day. And the main reason they work is because they are self-hypnosis. You suggest to your unconscious mind the kind of person you are, and by constant repetition your mind picks up on that, and automatically after some time you actually start believing it. And when you believe you are a certain kind of person, you start behaving as such, for action is downstream from belief and thought. Number three, your main goals on broad strokes are an aesthetic and strong body, a sound and knowledgeable mind, and a powerful, resilient, and wise soul aligned with your higher self and a higher consciousness level, more awareness, peace of mind, mental health, and a sharper focus and perceptions. On top of that, you want money, status, and resources, and of course, a meaningful and purpose-driven life. Don't worry, girls, I know you want as well, but with those things you get them automatically. So I don't want you to be thinking too deeply about it, because the more you desire something, the more you make that thing make like an energetic barrier between you and that thing, make like this energetic space between it, because you're placing it on a pedestal. If you place something on a pedestal, you're going to not perceive yourself worthy of obtaining it, and then you're going to make yourself repulsive to that thing that you're desiring from a place of neediness. If you desire something from a place of abundance, so you don't really pay that much attention to it, you just simply state your desire and kind of move a little towards it, but you let it come to you and you don't care a lot about it, because you feel like you can have that desire from a lot of different sources, and you feel in this abundance mindset. When you feel like that, you attract that kind of thing. Haven't you ever like had this experience of being really needy about a girl, she just blatantly ignoring you, and actually when you started to not pay so much attention to her, or maybe when you started to see that you had other options and you started perhaps flirting with other girls and that kind of stuff, didn't she came back to you? Didn't she started to get closer to you? Didn't she started to show signs of attraction to you? Haven't you had this same thing happen with money, for example? It's very weird, but women and money tend to behave in the same way. When you're too needy about money, when you're looking for it like with this kind of need inside, you repel it. The only thing you get are more bills, are less money, are less deals. But when you act like you don't really care about that, you desire it, but from a distance, and you don't kind of feel that neediness inside you, and you don't drag yourself through the mud to actually obtain it. You come from a place of abundance, and when you start being more free with your money, more generous, and you start spending it, you realize that it comes back. But when you're this tight and you're trying to keep every single penny you have, then you see that it's actually way harder to actually get more money, because you're being needy towards it, because you're placing it in this pedestal, and you're feeling like you don't have it or you can't get it. And that's how it works. There's a lot of explanations why this works exactly like this, but I don't want to drag along that much this module, so I'm going to jump straight through the last third part of the quick recap. It was supposed to be quick. So your main goals on broad strokes are an aesthetic body, and a strong body, a sound and knowledgeable mind, and a powerful, resilient, and wise soul aligned with your higher self and a higher consciousness level, more awareness, peace of mind, mental health, and a sharper focus on perception. On top of that, you want money, status, and resources, and of course, meaningful and purpose-driven life. We build your affirmations accordingly to suggest you are the kind of person to whom those things come naturally, and whom performs the daily actions and habits that bring forth such results in the long run. Remember, an empire is not built in a day. You need resilience, consistency, discipline, and patience. Trust the process and stick to your routine. You've got 3 pretty good examples that shall serve you well to build your own. And number 4, do them twice a day, on the mornings right after you wake up and on the evenings right before going to bed. Don't skip a day or a ritual. Track how many you've done so far and how many are left to reach 100 days. Do it exactly like the example I showed you. That's all for this module. Let's move on to the next one. We're going to build your very own timetable. So I'll see you on the next one, bro. Take care, and I hope you have enjoyed of this module so far. So let's go to module 2, timetable and routine. Let's get into it. Without a timetable, you are like a captain on a ship trying to get to his destination with no map or compass. If you allow yourself to be guided by the winds, aka your current situation, mood, feelings, and lower base desires, you are going to end up making very poor choices. Instant gratification will always be your place of choice, and productivity, achievements, and actual fulfillment will evade you forever. Also, you need to realize that relying on willpower instead of leveraging a system to build habits, it's just straight up stupid, especially if you know how willpower and decision fatigue works. Let's explain this on a very comprehensive, non-scientific manner. Let's call it bro science, like Hamza, the big brother of self-improvement himself, call it. When you wake up, you got a certain amount of brain points. Each decision you make, even a small one like choosing what to wear that day, is going to take from you mental points. The more decisions you make throughout the day of any kind, the less brain power points you'll have. The more temptations you fight, the more brain points you lose. That means that at some point of the day, depending on how much willpower you use and how much decision fatigue you build up throughout the day, you are going to be absolutely vulnerable to all temptations in your environment, and way more prone to procrastinate than to do something productive like meditating, reading, studying, practicing your skill, or whatever it is important for you in your day. That's why we need this structure to your day. Number 2, most people have the wrong idea about timetables and scheduling your days, planning them ahead. That's because they think it would be like a prison. They think that being slave to their schedules and their routines. But here's the thing normies do not realize about this. They are already enslaved to their lower base desires, emotions, random thoughts, moods, and situations. They are feathers in the wind of life, being blown from one vice to the other, from one commitment they hate to the other. When indulgence is the norm, you are a slave to your lower base desires. When you plan ahead and build your own timetable with your long-term goals in mind, with exactly what you need to do every day, each day, to keep growing mentally, physically, spiritually, and moving towards your goals, your goal, your main purpose, your business, your career, the achievements and dreams you want to accomplish, then instead of being a slave to your lower instincts, you are striving upwards. You are paying attention to your higher rational part and working for something that in the long run is going to be more beneficial to you and is going to build a solid foundation of fulfillment, happiness, wonderful experiences you could not have ever had if you hadn't worked for them, and security for yourself and your family. Besides, a schedule is not a prison. You won't be able to complete it at 100% every single day. Life will throw unexpected things at you. Please don't use this to cope and not do the work. But even if you complete 70%, 60%, 40% even, you are still making way more progress daily than if you had no plan at all. This is the main key to consistency. Use it well. Now let's build your own timetable. Like I said, all you need is a cell phone and go into the Notes app. Inside you are going to create a new folder and you are going to call it routine. Make sure that routine folder. Make sure to create the first note inside that routine folder. The name of the note is always going to be the day when it's created, followed by the day of the week in number, like this 1/7. For Monday, for example, on the week of your self-improvement journey, since you started with your timetable, I'm guessing for you will be week 1. So let me show you an example of my own. You see, here's the routine folder inside Notes, and here you can see the different days. Each note, each routine, when I took this picture, I had like 688 notes in here, so that's 688 days of routines and timetables. But I already got like more days, but that's since I started on this phone, because at the beginning I started actually on the other phone, which was like an Android. Bro, on an iPhone is way better. I just personally like Notes on the iPhone better, but you do you, whatever. So each day, as you can see, starts with the date. For example, in my case, I got like backwards the day and the month. Instead of placing first the month and then the day, I do it backwards. I place first I do it the European way. You probably might be doing it like the American way, whatever. I got the day 17th of January of 2025. It's day 5 of 7 days of the week, and it's week 108. I'm already on 110, by the way, when I'm shooting this. This is how that routine folder should look like. And yes, I was on 109 then, and there's only 688 days on that folder, because I actually started to track my routine, like I said, on my other phone, but since 688 days ago I started doing it on this one. So pay no attention to that now. Inside the note, this is the structure you are going to follow. It's not necessary to copy my habits. I'm going to show you with what exactly you can get started. Here's my example of the whole structure. So day 22 of January of 2025, day 3, which is like Wednesday, of 7. Yeah, you'll understand now why it's a little lion here. Week 109. So my first habit here is from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. meditation and gratitude journaling. Then having breakfast from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. Then from 7 to 8, morning walk on the sun. Yeah, that's the time when the sun goes out. So from 8 to 9, working out. From 9 to 10, either a cold shower or groom and shave with a warm shower. The play doesn't matter. It's not that important, the actual habits. So from 10 to 11, record a YouTube video. From then lunch, 1 hour. From 13 to 14, edit and upload. Then I got coaching like for 3 hours, coaching calls with my current clients, and then I have dinner. From 17 to 18, I read before going to bed, like 1 hour, the one thing, and then just it's the end of the day, and I go straight to my affirmations. I read my affirmations and then just go to sleep. First, the habits, make sure to be as first the habits. First, I might have wrote this wrong. First the habits, make sure to be as specific as possible. We don't want to leave any room for decisions. Instead of just read as a habit, you are going to write down read Atomic Habits or whatever book you are going to read. But I do recommend you to start with that one, or with The Way of Men by Jack Donovan, or Bronze Age Mindset. But we'll talk more about that later. Yeah, there's actually a module on recommended books, so we'll get to it later. In your case, the habits we are going to prioritize are: from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. meditation and gratitude journaling. From 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. read Atomic Habits. From 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. workout. From 10 a.m. to 11 take a shower. From 11 to 13 work on your business, the specific task, the highest leverage task that you can do to grow your business. We'll talk more on that later. From 13 to 14 lunch, the specific thing you are going to eat. From 14 to 15 read more. From 15 to 17, more work on your skill, business, or high leverage task. From 17 to 19, enjoy yourself, watch educational podcasts on YouTube, have in general some sort of productive and sort of free time. State the specific task and stick to it. Something you really enjoy, as long as it's not a bad habit and keeps you productive. And from 19 to 20, wind down routine, which would be reading mythology, history, or inspiring fictional books. Make sure to read stories, something that truly inspires you, and right after that, read your affirmations and go to sleep. Tailor to yourself and tailor this to yourself. Tailor to yourself and your specific situation. Is tailor this to yourself. Tailor it. So, tailor it to yourself and your specific situation. Shit, I might got it wrong. It was fine since the beginning. So, what was I? Yeah, tailor to yourself and your specific situation this timetable, but the habits remain. You have to meditate and do gratitude journaling, read, work out, and work on your dream, business, purpose, skill, or trade. You got to do these things daily if you want to become a true wolf amongst sheep, a true lion, the most powerful and ultimate man, the Ubermensch, the superior man, the ultimate man, like Nietzsche called it. If you got school or a 9 to 5 included on your timetable as an entire block of time and work around it, but the best thing you can do is go to bed really early and wake up really early to be able to tackle your business or high leverage tasks before having to waste your time on school, indoctrination camp, or at 9 to 5 slave camp. Also try to do your self-improvement tasks before as well. We'll dive deeper into each holistic self-improvement core habit on the following modules, so don't worry about that. We got it all covered. So here is this what you're seeing here is like the daily routine ratio of completion. So there you have the 10 habits of specifically on my day, and then you mark one of them. It's important. Well, we'll go to it now. Gamification is essential for motivation and for actually making it fun. Also, it is very important to keep track of how well you are doing in case you face any challenges. You might be able to identify what's hindering your progress and when. Tracking is essential. I think this is very self-explanatory. You just count how many tasks you completed and then mark accordingly. Make sure your highest animal is the lion, because that's what you are shooting for every day. I want you to live every single day as the day of the lion. If not the highest animal, at least do it like this, like the second highest or the third highest. And also, it's important to place like animals and that kind of stuff in each one, so you feel identified that day with that one. And also, like I said, gamifying is essential. That's why you get addicted to video games. Let's make you addicted to making progress in real life. So this is actually the best game you can play, bro, for real. So stick to it and do it exactly like I'm showing you, because you are going to make some insane progress and you're going to actually make your dreams come true. This is the way. This is how you become truly successful. So let's get into the next one. So these are extra habits or bad habits you want to avoid. Some of your short-term goals here, and right after that your affirmations. At the end, I suggest you to do your daily journaling, but we'll talk more about that on the following modules. At the end of each day, the only thing you've got to do is copy the whole thing, unmark the check boxes, change the numbers, mainly the dates, read your affirmations, and go to sleep. Here are like some, don't pay attention to mine, do them accordingly to you, but this is about, for example, this one exactly is about mewing. It's really important, so I would suggest you to start getting into it. Get a medical tape for taping your mouth during the night. Try to look for a really, but I think I'll add another module on mewing and that kind of stuff once I get like more experience with it, because I'm just getting started and I haven't been like very consistent to it yet. Yeah, I got a lot of things to do. But yeah, this is so didn't use my bed for anything else but sleeping. This is really good for getting consistent at sleeping at a certain hour and falling asleep very quickly when you are in bed. It's a good one. Also, sunlight in the morning, I gotta include as a good habit as well. I don't know why I have it like in two places, but I just like to check that box, because just getting sunlight in the morning just will raise your testosterone levels, and it will also like place your circadian rhythm like on a good path, so you actually get sleepy when it's early in the evening, so you can actually have that rhythm going and don't get insomnia or things like that. Bro, I cannot state how important it is to actually keep, yeah, this is from a lot of days ago, but I cannot state how important it is to actually preserve your sexual energy and transmute it. Of course, if you are going to have sex, like happened to me or whatever, by all means, but do not masturbate, do not ejaculate unnecessarily. And when we get to another like higher level, we're going to be talking also about tantric sex and how to not ejaculate if you do not mean to actually produce children or whatever. If you want to actually have like a higher experience and not lose that sexual energy, we're going to be getting into that subject as well further along the line. So yeah, this is going to be like a really long course as with time, as I keep like adding more and more modules. But yeah, this is anyways a really complete course with what I got right here. So you're going to be making so much progress with what you got right here. This is how I have got to this level, and how I'm even going to go further. No social media, that's self-explanatory. And yeah, I got like this. Already like in 44 days, I believe, or 45. Nah, I think I'm on more. I haven't got to 50 yet, I believe. So, and short-term goals and affirmations. Yeah, so that's the end of this module. Oof, that was a good one. I hope you got a lot of value out of it. Yeah, I'll see you in the next module, bro. Take care. So, welcome to Module 3, Core Self-Improvement Habits and Building Your Dream. So, meditation and gratitude journaling for the soul. That's where we'll start. Like I said, meditation, well, this is a topic on which we can span a lot on, because meditation is going to help you with actually how it's going to help you with your focus, for starters, because your mind, for example, there are different types of meditation, but one of the most common and one of the first you're going to learn when you get into the Medito course. By the way, download the app for meditation. Download the app Medito. It's a free app run by volunteers. It's really good. It's kind of better than any paying app, or at least most of meditation apps I so far, unless Joe Dispenza has like launched his own app, because I'm telling you, that guy is really amazing. I went through one of his meditations. It's 42 minutes of a guided meditation that is called Blessing of the Energy Centers. I'm telling you, that meditation is absolutely amazing. It will actually, you stick to it for a couple of weeks, it will literally make you cry out of joy, pure joy. I'm not even making this up. But well, let's go back to it. Start with Medito. Start with these guided meditations in which they teach you how to meditate, how to properly meditate. It's easier than you believe. Trust me. Most people think meditation is actually about. They also, by the way, they start like at a really short time frame. So you're not going straight into 10 minutes meditation or half an hour, 1 hour meditations. You're actually going very paced. You're starting like 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, then 3 minutes, and you keep like growing each day. You just got to do one meditation each day and keep following the path. You'll get to, like, I believe you'll get to at least half an hour or 40 minutes when you have done the entire course. And the entire course is more than 90 days. It's probably more than 90 days. I don't remember exactly how many days is the entire course. I made it like years ago, but I'm telling you, it's going to keep you consistent, and it has its own system of streaks, so it will actually keep you engaged with that as well. You won't want to actually break that chain, and it's a very good way to keep consistent at it. Straight after meditation, I want you to go into gratitude journaling, but let's I don't want to digress here. Let's stick to meditation first, because there's a lot to talk about on this subject. Like I was saying, meditation, most people think is like emptying your mind or whatever. It's not like that, not at all. Your mind is always going to wander, your mind is always going to have thoughts. The idea of meditation, the idea, for example, of the meditation based on the breath, or based on a focus point, focusing on something, focusing on an object. For example, your object can be your breath, the feeling of your breath while you're breathing. This will ground you. And when you focus on your breath, you close your eyes, so you inhibit most of the stimuli you get through one of the biggest senses you have. So you quiet your mind, you breathe, and you feel the air going through your lungs. You focus on your breath and try to stick to it. Without you even realizing, at some point while you're focusing on your breath, in less than a couple of seconds, your mind is going to start wandering by itself. It's not a problem. You shouldn't be frustrated about it. It's a natural part of the process. Because when your mind wanders, you are going to catch it. You're going to realize that your mind is wandering in thought. And well, I'll get back to you right now. So the idea here is that when your mind is wandering, let's say you're thinking about what you're going to have for dinner, or you're just thinking about some random thing that happened to you like a month ago or whatever. When your mind is wandering, you're going to realize that it's wandering, and you're going to bring back your focus to your breath. You're not going to get frustrated about it. You're not going to feel bad or whatever. Don't be like a dumbass. This is actually like a rep. This is like you doing a push-up, but for your brain. You're learning to refocus your mind. You are basically like sharpening the tool of focus. This is going to be really important in the future, because you're going to need this kind of focus to do better things in meditation. Meditation is like a whole field that you're going to be advancing for the rest of your life. This is why it's so important to have it as a long-term habit for the rest of your life. First, you go from doing short meditations to do long meditations, sharpening that tool of your focus, and then you can go into your unconscious mind and start exploring and start doing meaningful changes within it. But we'll get there. So this is like the introduction to meditation. What you're doing while you're meditating is actually learning to bring back your focus from your wandering mind to your breath. The more you practice this, the faster you'll be at realizing that your mind is wandering and bringing back your focus. The more you practice this, the better you'll be able to observe your thoughts and let them go through you without getting attached to them or without trying to repel them. If you try to repel them, they are going to remain. They are going to stick. If you try to attach to them, they are going to stick as well. Something like that. The idea here is that you do not identify yourself with your thoughts, because you are not your thoughts. Because if you are able to observe your thoughts, that means that you are not them. When you see your hand, you know that it's your hand, but you do not identify yourself as your hand. Your hand is not you, at least not entirely, right? Would you stop being you if you got your hand chopped right now? No, right? You'd still be you. So who's you? What's you? This is what we are exploring in meditation. Who are you? What are you? For starters, you're going to learn that the thing you thought you were, your thoughts or your beliefs, you were never there. You were never those things. With regards to gratitude journaling, it's really simple. You only got to get like a physical notepad, right? One like this one, and then you're going to write down on this notepad, you're going to write down like the date and the hour, of course, and you're going to do gratitude journaling there. So wait a second, I'll get back to you right now. So let's keep going. Where was I? On gratitude journaling. So you simply grab this notepad, write down the day, write down the hour, and just write down 3 things on sentences that you are grateful for. It doesn't have to be like big things. It doesn't have to be. Don't make it the same thing every single day. It's the same 3 things because that's just fucking stupid. Don't be lazy about it. Challenge your brain to actually pick up on things that you could be grateful for. Like I said, it could be like this tissue, for example, or whatever, right? I'm grateful for it because I can wipe my nose with it, for example, when I get the flu. I'm grateful for this t-shirt because it was a birthday gift from my uncle or something. I don't remember quite well. It was a birthday gift and I really appreciate it. I like this shirt a lot. It has like this cool logo of Alan Poe, and I do enjoy his poetry as well. I am very grateful for this mic with which I'm recording this right now because it sounds decent and I can make like better content with it, and I can use it for my YouTube videos, I can use it for these courses, I can use it to record anything I want with a better sound quality than a regular mic from the cell phone or whatever. You see, I am grateful for these headphones or earbuds or whatever because they allow me to listen to very inspiring music with great lyrics that remind me of my ambitions, my drive and my goals. So like you can see, you can actually find a lot of things for which you are grateful for. And why is it important to do gratitude journaling? Because you are training your brain to pick up on things to be grateful for. This is going to increase your levels, your mental health. This is going to increase your wellness levels because you're going to be, like I said, you're training your mind to pick up on things to feel good about. So naturally your mind is going to start feeling good on autopilot. If you train it every single day, your mind is going to always look on the bright side of things. It's going to be way less tempted to actually complain, to look for negative things. There will come a time when you have been practicing this for a really long time, let's say 3 months, 6 months, and you're going to go a little bit on free flow. Sometimes you'll even write more than 3 sentences. You'll write like whole pages and pages of gratitude. It has happened to me actually. And the more you do this, there will come a time when supposedly things that other people perceive as bad will happen to you, and you're going to be actually grateful for them. Things like getting the flu, or having having like a lesson on working out or something like that. You're going to see the bright side even on those things. I know it's kind of hard to see it right now, but I have seen it. I have felt it thanks to this, thanks to gratitude journal. Even when you lose on a deal, even when you don't get the money you were expecting to get for something, even when you have like these dreams or whatever and you don't get it at the first time, you're going to be grateful for it. You're going to say, this is only I'm grateful for this challenge, because this is challenging my perseverance. This is challenging. It's like the universe speaking to me and telling me, how bad do you want this thing? How hard are you willing to try for it? Are you going to give up because I didn't give it to you right now? And with that masculine drive, with that sort of feeling of challenge from fate itself, you're going to move forward, and you're going to be grateful for it. You're going to be grateful for the mountains that you're giving to lift. You're going to be grateful for all the darkness in the world, because you're going to be able to light it up. And that's an amazing feeling, man. And that's something wonderful to feel. I want you to feel that. I want you to feel that great, to experience this kind of different reality in which you are not a victim, because that's what gratitude will get you. Gratitude will get you to be the main character of your story, will help you envision the world in this way. The world not as a dark, cold, bad place that picks on you, but as a wonderful place of adventure and growth. A place to be grateful for. And all the evil in this world is going to be like quests on a mission. Quests on this wonderful game that you're playing. This wonderful reality. And that's a dream come true, man. Do you hate missions and quests on video games? No, you actually love them, and they are challenges. This is exactly how life works. The only difference is that here it's harder, but that's more fucking fun. A lot of people, I remember back in the day, a lot of people played like this Dark Souls thing, precisely because it was like very hardcore, very hard to play. Bro, this game is way harder. This game is way better, man. I'm telling you. You just got to start with a very low bar, of expectations, and start building up on top of that. Start getting better and better and better, slowly but surely. Progressive overload, exactly like in the gym. We're going to get to working out after the next one, which is reading. So, reading for the mind. Here's the second one. Reading is actually the most profound way to get knowledge. Imagine, a person has gone 40 years studying a subject, getting experience from his own life, from these things that he has lived, and he write it all down, condensed into 2 hungry, 3 hungry, 4, 6 hungry pages, for you to read it all out and to extract that knowledge from it. I'm telling you, there's no YouTube video, there's no even course, which is fairly similar, but this is just like 20 pages this recording and all that stuff. But I actually do recommend you books to get into here. But this is like a meta book, but very short and even more condensed. So yeah, I guess it's kind of like that. So, but there's no podcast, there's no YouTube video, there's no tutorial or whatever that has the depth of a book. This will be like a mini book because it's actually kind of structured like sort of a book. But yeah, exactly. There's not the only other way to actually get that kind of depth in knowledge is to having like hundreds of interviews daily or conversations with the fucking author of the book. So this is actually the best thing you can get, or almost the best thing you can get. You surely cannot have those interviews with dead authors, that's for sure. With the alive ones, yeah, that is a long shot. But never lose hope if that's really what you want to do. But like I was saying, go fucking read, because you're going to learn so much and you're going to be able to apply it to your life. I already mentioned a couple of books, but when we get to module 7, that is in this course already, we're going to go through the recommendations I got for you in order for you to read. So don't worry, we'll have a lot of information for you there. Reading is going to be hard at the beginning, especially if you don't have the habit of doing it. So I prompt you to not make the beginner's mistake. Don't try to read 50 pages in one day, because you're going to get burnt out. And the next day you're going to be as stupid as to think that you have to you'll have this absurd ego that you have to keep up with what you did yesterday. And you're going to go for it, and you're going to try to read 50 pages, but you're going to say, that's too much. The other day I just spent like hours upon hours reading. I'm just too tired for it. I'll leave it for tomorrow. I'll read 100 pages tomorrow perhaps. Bro, you're not going to fucking do it. That's just the reality. You're not going to do it. So you just defeated yourself by placing your expectations way too high, instead of taking an approach of consistency, of building up over time, and sustainability over time. That's why people get to finish books that are 6 fucking hungry pages long, 10,000 pages long. They didn't got it in a day, trust me. They read and read and read consistently for months. That's what you gotta do, man. So first day, you start perhaps with 2 pages. No more, just 2 pages. At best, 5 pages. After 30 days, you'll have read probably a book. 150, 200 perhaps. Yeah, you'll probably have read a book. And the second month, you start reading 10 pages each day with your second book. You don't have to go all in the first day. You are going to eventually, naturally find books that you feel really attracted to, that you love what you're reading about, and you're going to get very deep into it. There's not going to be any problem for you. You're not going to be like, you're going to read your 5 routinary pages or your 10 routinary pages, and bro, you're going to get so deep into it that you're going to keep reading by fun, just for fun. Imagine that, just reading for fun because you love the topic that you're reading about, because it's so fucking interesting, because you cannot get enough of that information, because you feel inspired and compelled with it. Bro, that's why I'm telling you, start very, very, very small. 2 pages, 5 pages best. Please do that. Do not set the bar so high that when you go back to it, you do not want to do it. You feel too much pressure about it and you just drop it. It's like the fat guy that goes to the gym the first day and tries to do like 2 hours workout, and when he goes out of the gym never returns again and he stays fucking fat. Of course, because first, when you're the skinny guy or the fat guy, you got to go to the gym and just lift the bar because you got no fucking muscles, and stay there for 10-20 minutes doing an easy exercise, something that comes easy to you. Do your program, alright, but get started and do something easy that is at your current level. And we're going to get into flow state right now, and this is important for all your tasks. Actually, this is really important for everything that you actually perform in life. A flow state is a state in which no thoughts are going through your mind, and you are merging yourself with the task that you're doing. You are in a flow state. You are not thinking about anything, not overthinking about anything. You are actually just performing effortlessly what you're doing. It's when you are into a really good conversation. It's when you are talking about a subject that you really feel passionate about and you don't feel overconscious about yourself. You're just existing in that moment, and it's like some sort of peak experience. I have started to actually get this when I'm recording my YouTube videos and that kind of stuff. At the beginning, I would be feeling very overconscious about it, and I wouldn't feel that comfortable. But the more I did it, the more I practiced, I started to get no thoughts in my mind, and I started to get into flow states. The same has happened to me years ago when I was like really into writing. I'm still into writing. I'm still going to keep writing and all that stuff. I do still write every day, but it's not like a main thing. It's not like a main task. It's not right now like a priority to me. But when I used to do it, I used to get into this really long hour, like 1 or 2 hours into a flow state, just writing, and I would feel like I was not myself. Like the keyboard was just moving itself. My hands were moving themselves, and I had no interference with the whole process. The whole process was happening, and when that process was happening, there were no thoughts in my mind. I was not consciously thinking about it. I was not trying to control it in any way. And it is, if you have felt, maybe you have felt it when you are playing perhaps a really challenging video game or something, but it's challenging, but it's just right above your level, a little bit above your level. And that's the thing they explain about flow. I haven't read the book yet, but I got like a lot of background on it. I have heard a lot about it, and I have experienced it by myself. But I do recommend to read the book. It's called Flow. Yeah. But I have read Deep Work, which is very similar. It talks on a very similar concept. The book is by Cal Newport. So the thing is, getting into this flow state, the athletes call it like being in the zone. The probabilities of getting into it are higher the closer you are to your current level. So the idea is that here's your current level on this ability, let's say writing, painting, singing, whatever, just recording YouTube videos, communication. It can be literally anything. So your current ability at writing, for example, it's this one. And when you are taking on a challenge, say you can only write like very short stories, but now you're going to write a full story that is compelling and interesting, and you are like doing it every day, right? That challenge is just above, a little bit above your current capabilities. So when you're stretching upwards to reach that sort of new capability here, when you're doing that, you are like augmenting the probabilities of actually getting into a flow state. And the more you are able to uninterrupted with any kind of without any kind of distractions around you, when you are able to get into that flow state consistently, the more you do it, the better you get at it, and the more you're going to have that flow state. With reading, with reading can happen as well. Like I said, it's with any ability, and reading is actually an ability. That's why when you begin reading, you're going to have a hard time focusing. You're going to read a sentence. If you are really like a beginner and you don't have like this habit of actually reading, you're going to go through one sentence, perhaps a paragraph, and you're going to get lost in thought. You're going to start thinking about something else. You're going to get distracted within your own mind. I'm hoping that you always, this is a really important advice that you really need to follow up. You always got to have your phone on do not disturb. Always. Never have like notifications on your phone of any kind. There's nothing really that important. People on the 80s didn't have cell phones. People are going to get used to not being able to reach you. You probably have nobody really that is in that desperate need to reach you besides your mom or whatever. So please, and you're going to probably be even at home while you're working and doing all your tasks, so it makes no sense. Do not go nuts about it. Trust me. Have no fucking notifications. Respect yourself. Just don't waste your time or mine trying to teach you something if you're not going to be able to focus consistently. This is really important. If you got like those things like an NPC with a lot of little annoying ass sounds on your phone every 5 minutes, bro, you are working against yourself here. Of course, another thing is get out of social media. It destroys your ability to focus on long term on something, because you're training your brain to jump from this novelty to that novelty all the time. For example, if you watch on YouTube like really short videos, you're going to shorten your attention span, your capacity to stick to something for a really long period of time. Reading is going to make it longer. Watching 2 and 4 hour podcasts is going to make it longer. Watching like really long movies, which unless it's a like classic or something, I wouldn't like personally recommend. I don't want you to like, unless you are actually getting really inspired by it, of course. So, and it's classic, I hope so. So, reading, you're going to get lost in thought a lot of times while you're reading a sentence or whatever. It's going to happen. So don't stress about it, just go back, read it. It can happen. That's why I'm telling you, read only 2 pages and make sure to read it well. Make sure to actually read the best you can, which is the most important thing. Remember that you do everything like you do one thing. If you focus on doing that thing that you're doing right now, it might be like paying attention to me and following along with this course. If you do that right now, the best you can actually do it, pay attention to every single detail, try to go through, try to take notes, you use like the resource of this that I gave you, and you make sure you get the most value out of it, and you understand everything, every single thing that we are discussing here, and you make sure you are applying it to your life, then the next thing you're going to do it as good as that, and the next thing and the next thing, and you're going to set like an example from this present moment into the future. That's why it's so important, for example, that when you wake up, make your bed, because that feels like one of the first wins of the day, and if you focus on doing it perfectly, you're going to set an example for your brain. You're going to train your brain to actually try to do everything you do perfectly, the best you can actually do it. And if you do that with everything, you're going to reach excellence, my friend. You're going to be such a beast, such a savage, because everything you do it like the best, man. You do it with such dedication that it's really actually difficult for you to not be successful at everything you do. Of course, as long as you stick to those things and keep practicing and keep getting better. But if you try to do the best you can, every single time you try something, every single time you are actually like practicing something, bro, you're going to get better way faster. Way faster. So try to read only 2 pages at the beginning, but perfectly, making sure you're understanding everything you're reading. If you don't understand a word, make sure to check that word out. It's really simple nowadays. You just got to go to Google and put the word, whatever, say define this word, and it will tell you. So that's for reading. Now, working out for the body. It's important to track your progress and have a clear program with progressive overload. Exercise all the muscles on your body to achieve proportional results. Volume, intensity, and frequency must be managed correctly to avoid overtraining. But at the beginning, you shouldn't worry too much about that. Just make sure to have on point the training, nutrition, and sleep. That's all you need to grow muscle consistently. Of course, consistency is key. So there's a lot of advice out there, so I don't want you to get overwhelmed by all of that. I did give you a book. You are going to see it on module 7. One of those books is dedicated specifically to training. It has like a separate tangent on nutrition and that kind of thing, training, resting, and all that stuff. For nutrition, I actually I want to try for myself, and that's like a recommendation for you as well if you want to try it, to jump into the full carnivore diet. So like something like eggs, everything that you cook, make sure to be cooked on butter, on organic butter or animal fat, and everything you eat, make sure that it's coming from, of course, it's coming from animal sources, and it's organic, grass-fed, that kind of thing. It's the most healthy possible. And try steak, beef steak, or whatever, as long as it's meat or fish, That's the idea. I'm not going to dwell too much into nutrition. I'm just going to give you that advice on that, to to try it for a month. Let's see what happens. If you feel like you got less brain fog, if you feel like you're building more muscle, if you feel better. I'm not going to try to convince you that just vegetarianism is just like straight up stupid, unless you're doing it because you like it or because you want to. But it's been proven to actually like provoke way too much gases and a lot of health issues just being a straight vegetarian. I don't know, it's worrying. They say that plants might even have like a lot of, like, we are not adapted to eat plants. Actually, we have like such an acid stomach and such a small stomach that we aren't like equipped to properly process them. We have like a stomach acid, like acider or whatever, than actual predators, like than a lot of carnivores. So that should make you think about how much we are tailored to eat meat. So try the Lion's diet. This is the Lion Racer's course. So if you want to eat tofu, get the fuck out of here. Make sure to have your nutritional point and be trying a full carnivore diet. I do recommend you to eat eggs, 4 boiled eggs at least in the mornings. It will raise, the eggs have a lot of good cholesterol, so it's going to raise your testosterone levels. And make sure to sleep properly, at least from, everybody has like different sleep spans that they are actually feel comfortable with and they feel rested. I personally cannot sleep more than 8 hours. If I sleep actually more than 8 hours, I will feel like groggy and low on energy the next day. I prefer sleeping between 6 and 8 hours, and I think I am even like more skewed towards the 6 hours. So make sure to realize how much is that you actually need to sleep. If you are going to sleep 8 hours, try to be getting into bed like 10, like with 10 hours to spare, so you got yourself like 2 hours to fall asleep, perhaps 1 hour to read and 1 hour to actually fall asleep after doing your affirmations, and then the 8 hours to actually sleep. So if I want to sleep 6 hours, I usually go to bed like 8 hours, with 8 hours of difference from the time I'm going to wake up. So I have like 2 extra hours to actually get into my winding down routine and going into sleep after doing the affirmations. So for training, there are a lot of things you can do. There are a lot of good trainings. Actually, whatever you do, as long as you're training all the muscles on your body, is going to get you progress as long as you are eating right and as long as you are sleeping right. Also, I'm going to talk to you about my current training program. So what I'm doing right now is let's say like a bro split, 3 times a week. So I work out each muscle once a week. I'll do on Mondays. Let me take a look at it right here. Yeah, I just don't have my gratitude journal here. I also have like the exercise here. So on Mondays, this is what I'll do. I'll do push-ups, dips, bench press, press overhead, and lateral raises for the shoulders. Push-ups. So I'll do three sets, and I'll take the last set to failure. I'll do from anywhere from 6 reps to sometimes 10 reps, and even sometimes like 15 reps for things like push-ups, or even 20 per each set. So dips, I'm starting to do dips weighted now because it seems like I beat it just regular dips. Yeah, for those I try to stay within the range of 6 to 10. So let's go to day B, which would be like Wednesday. Wednesday I do pull-ups, bicep curls, and rows. Like I said, 3 sets between 6 and 10 repetitions each set. And on day C is legs day, that's Friday. I'll do Bulgarian squats because I have found that they are better for my lower back. I had like this lower back pain when I was doing like way too much weight on the regular squats, but if you are into a gym or something and you got like all the machinery, you might be able to do more safely those squats. I have like a home gym, I don't have like a rack squat or anything. So calf raises, upper abs, lower abs, and I train 4 exercises of neck in the 4 different directions with weights. It's like, look for the videos of Jeff Nipper. That's where I learned how to do like the neck training. Just look for neck training Jeff Nipper, and you'll see a very professional way to do it. Like I said, 3 sets for each exercise, and progressively you start like doing more reps. For example, if you cannot do like more than 6 reps on your 3 sets for an exercise, let's say Bulgarian squats with, I don't know, 30 pounds. If you cannot do more than 6, the next week you're going to do like 7 and even 8, 7, and until you don't get to 10 in each set. And of course the third set is always to failure. Always take it to failure. The third set is really important to take it to failure. You do that and you are good to go. Trust me, you're going to grow so much. I have grown in 4 months or so. I have grown like almost 10 pounds of muscle mass. Let me do like the math right now because it's going to be interesting. But I'll show you right now when I get back. I got like another thing to do. This is like a really long module right now. But yeah, I'll get back to you. So this is basically my stats from the 1st of August of 2024 to the 22 of December of 2024. I managed to gain 17.2 pounds in 143 days. That's roughly almost 5 months. That's like 4.7 months or something. So I went from 145.6 pounds to 162.8 pounds. I gained like 3.6% of body fat. I went from 10.6% to 14.2%. I'm actually reducing that now because I was like in this massive bulk, and I gained 9.2 pounds, almost 10 pounds of muscle mass, lean pure muscle mass, from 123.6 pounds of muscle mass to 132.8 pounds. So that was quite an achievement. So I'm going to show you now on weight how this looked like. Now I have gone down because I'm starting to strip away body fat. This is body fat. Right now I'm on less than the 14% I was already. I have been going down already. I got on the peak to, yeah, because I haven't shown you from January, and actually in January I actually was probably already on, have gained like from August last year to January this year, I have probably already gained like the 10 full pounds of muscle mass. So 123, this is in muscle mass. I started with 123.6 pounds, and with this training that I just told you about, this is the results I have gotten so far. So yeah, that's basically it. Let me see if I can jump back to the other. Yeah, you can see me again. So we're back. Oh shit, let's go back here. So we're back. Let's finish up the third part of module 3 here. So with regards to training, that's basically my approach. I would recommend as well to use high intensity interval training for cardio. You can try sprinting, but I wouldn't recommend it if you don't have the proper shoe wear for that. You need like proper shoes for running. Do not underestimate this thing because you can fuck up your legs by a lot. I'm telling you, it's going to be very painful. So if you cannot start by running, if you weigh too much, for example, or something like that, I recommend you to start by cycling and as well as swimming. Both are perfect. You can use them for high intensity interval training as well. It's not a problem at all. And these high intensity interval trainings, let's call it HIIT, like with double I in the middle, like HIIT. Well, so HIIT cardio is going to be actually very, very good because it's been proven on recent studies that it will get your growth hormone production to a 220% increase. So that's like insane. If you know, growth hormone is one of the many things that bodybuilders take when they are on gear. So if you can produce 220% more of that in your body naturally, which is not going to cost you anything, but on the contrary, bro, you're going to heal way faster, you're going to recover way faster from your training, you're going to build muscle way faster. It's like being on gear but naturally. So bro, never use gear, never use steroids. It's going to fuck you up unless you are like going to become like a bodybuilder or something. Specifically, you're going to compete on on for the title of Mr. Olympia or something, it might be then if that's your dream to do it. But bro, telling you, for achieving your peak physique, you don't need that. Trust me, just go with the natural approach and keep grinding at it. You're going to get amazing results, you'll see. So with HIIT cardio, well, I'm going to explain you how to do HIIT cardio. That like high intensity interval training is like very simple. I think the name is kind of self-explanatory for that. You, for example, let's say with running, but you can do it like I said with cycling and with swimming as well. You run all out with everything you have. You sprint as like a maniac with everything you have until you start like feeling your lungs like on fire, until you are completely out of breath. Once you get to that point, then instead of stopping, you just like walk kind of fast. You walk, rest for a couple of minutes, and go at it again until your lungs feel like they are going to burn out. You do that like 3 or 4 times. Try to not do like more than 20 minutes. 20 minutes is more than enough. And you do that. You can do it every day if you want to. But what I'm doing personally right now, what I'm going to be trying is doing it 3 times a week. The supposedly rest days, I'm going to take them to do that. This is going to increase also your testosterone levels, which is going to help you a lot to build muscle. It's really important. That's why bodybuilders take testosterone synthesized so they can build muscle faster and better. But this is going to increase naturally your testosterone levels by a lot. And also it's going to accelerate your metabolism. So you're going to be burning fat while you are resting. Trust me, you're not going to burn all the fat when you do this high intensity training cardio. This cardio is not to build the fat during the exercise, is to actually accelerate your metabolism so you burn fat while you are resting. So while you're sitting in a chair or whatever, you have such a accelerated metabolism, such a fast metabolism, that you're going to start burning fat while you're resting. And that's the whole idea. You do that 3 times a week. So you'll be training Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, the bro split to failure, like I told you, and you'll be training on Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays HIIT cardio. This kind of cardio. Don't be dumb. Don't try to do like long distance cardio, that kind of stupidity. It's not worth it. You're going to burn more calories while you're doing the exercise, but you're going to waste way much more time, and you're going to be way less productive in everything that you're doing because you're expending energy in a dumb way instead of preparing a system to actually take care of that for you, which is what you're doing. You're changing your system to do that for you. And that's the idea. Just take a look, for example, the marathon runners, and then take a look at the guys who run the 100 meters race on sprinting. Do you want the kind of body of a marathon runner? Really, bro? Or you want to have muscle and look like a bodybuilder and look really lean and really muscular, like the athletes, like the track and field athletes that run like the 100 meters on sprint or 200 meters or something like that? be smart, use your brain, use science on your favor, and don't do this dumb shit. You like just running for the sake of running, just go for it, whatever. But you're going to hinder greatly your capacity to build muscle. In the other way, you're going to boost it. So it just makes no sense to do other way. So I think that's pretty much for muscle. Like I said, nutrition we covered. Sleep, I think we got it really well covered. This is kind of one of the longest one because there's also a lot to cover there still. There's a lot more to go through, but with that you got like a really good, very set, very clear, very directed, and very simple, and also complete at the same time idea of what you got to do for working out. Yeah, I hope you've been taking notes with regards to exactly the training and all that kind of stuff. So if not, you can just rewatch it, whatever. And now we're going to jump into the fourth element of this module, and the last one, which is developing a skill or growing your business, which is also skills. Well, so for developing a skill, you need to understand the functioning of the three parts that compose a meta skill. What is meta skill is the thing that allows you to learn things. This is how you learn something. This is the meta skill. The meta skill is simply composed of three elements. Like I said, you got practice. You got to practice something and do it with high levels of consistency. So you practice something. The second part of this is reflection and reiteration. You reflect on what you have practiced. You try to find a way to record your progress on something, and by taking account of the progress you're making on this thing that you're practicing. For example, let's say you are working out, that's your practice. You take into account the amount of muscle you're building, how fast you're building it, the stronger you're getting because of the way you're lifting, your weight, your muscle mass, with a smart body composition scale. I actually forgot to tell you that to track your progress, you need to do like two main things. I would recommend you to do two main things to get like a body composition smart scale. And also I want you to start measuring your muscles with like a centimeter, you know. And the muscle thing, you just measure it like every single first day of each month to make sure you got some consistency. Write it down. Don't be dumb, please write it down on your timetable. Beneath your timetable there's going to be a section for you to have like a logbook in which you're going to have like your journaling, your daily journaling, any thoughts that come to your mind, when you're going to do deep journaling as well. So make sure to have that section separated there at the end. You can do something like this, let's say. You see? I don't know if you can see actually there. Wait a second. You see? That's a logbook at the end of your timetable. So make sure to have that one as well, to start writing down like your day. Have like deep journaling sessions, which is when you get into a subject like in real depth, like for making a decision or something of that sort. So like I was saying to you, the three components of the meta skill are practicing, reflection on your practice, so you know what you were doing, having like a track of what you're doing, if you're doing better, if you're doing worse, and observing it, realizing why you were doing better, why you were doing worse, what kind of thing you can actually improve the next time you reiterate that practice. And third part is going to be theoretical knowledge and appliance of that knowledge into your practice. Everything goes back to the practice because the practice is the most important thing, but with theoretical knowledge you are actually able to capitalize on the knowledge of other people who have gone before you and have done the same thing or have built something similar to what you're trying to build, and use that knowledge, use their advancement on that field to apply their knowledge and their systems to your practice to see what kind of results you can get from it. So that's how you master anything. That's the meta skill. So when you want to develop a skill, for example, you want to develop a monetizable skill, perhaps like graphic design, perhaps like programming, the thing that you gotta do is to practice that thing, get feedback on what you have practiced through your own reflection, and use theoretical knowledge to apply it to your practice. Always start by the basis of practical knowledge, trying to implement directly things. That's the main idea. You're going to make progress so much faster. And now, instead of a skill, we're going to talk about growing your business. One of the main things you need to understand about growing a business, especially an online business, but even a brick and mortar business, is that you need to be good at marketing. And there's only 4 ways to market in the modern world. You got cold reach out, which is when you, let's say, you stand in the streets and tell people to buy your product or your service, or you send like spammy emails and you reach out to people directly, which is kind of awkward and kind of difficult, but you'll have to do it if you want to get clients like really fast for your or buyers for your product like really fast. But you'll have to be, it's like a slave work, because you'll have to do like really high numbers. From 100 people that you reach out, you'll probably only get like 10% rate responses, and from a 10% rate responses, you're probably only going to get equally like a 10% sale, so 0.1. So to get one actual buyer, you might need, from that kind of response, if you don't have like really optimized your offer, you might need to do like 1,000 reach outs, cold reach outs, to acquire one customer on those numbers. Of course, if you better the rate, the closing rate by getting a better offer, for example, with better guarantees and that kind of thing, I would recommend you, in the insights of offers on business, I would recommend you to go into $100 million offers by Alex Hormozzi. In that book, you're going to learn how to package and how to make a really good offer. But with reach outs, I mean, that's for reach outs. That's for cold reach outs. Then you have like warm reach outs, which is the people that you already know and the people who are familiar with you. So you go to those people and you ask them if they want, let's say for your mother, for example, or whatever, you ask them if they want to buy your product. You see? So that's actually kind of even worse than cold reach outs, because it's like more awkward still, but it's the other option. Then you got paid ads, which is what most big companies do. Some of the big companies, they actually pay, let's say, Google, Facebook, and all that kind of stuff at YouTube to have their ads running, but this is going to take a lot of money. But it's one of the fastest ways, and as long as it's like profitable. You gotta balance if you are being profitable in your ad expenditure, because if the clients that you're getting are less than what you're spending, I mean, if the clients that you're getting are paying you less than what you're spending on ads to actually acquire them, then you're running on a deficit margin, which is really bad because it's going to get you to be bankrupt. Unless you got like some sort of recurrent payment and you get to and the clients that you acquire stick with you for the long run, of course, that kind of thing. But the best way is social media. It's also the slowest way, kind of, because you got to build a social media influence. You got to build this big following in it, and you do that by providing educational value on the kind of products that you educate your audience on the kind of products that you're selling, and you build this influence and you build this trust with your audience by providing a lot of free value to them. That's how you do usually. You build, for example, an Instagram page or a TikTok, I guess, or a YouTube channel, and you educate, which is YouTube to me is actually the best one, because in there you can actually have like long format content in which you can go in depth into the thing that you are trying to educate your audience on, so you can provide more value to them, so you can change more lives, so you can be more useful and valuable to society, and you can promote your paid products and your paid services. For example, if what you're doing is coaching. For example, I was doing coaching. I don't know, I guess I'm still doing it. I don't know if I'll keep doing it for very long, but and for example, this is probably how you got here from my YouTube channel to this course, precisely because of that, because we have built this trust. You know that I provided a lot of value in my videos to you. You know that you have learned a lot, and you know that this course is exactly what you need to have, this perfect structure, this perfect guideline to follow and to achieve the things that you want, to achieve the body that you want, to achieve the mentality that you want, to achieve the knowledge that you want, and to achieve the business that you want to grow. So I'm explaining to you exactly how to build that kind of business. For example, you want to go into online business, right? You want to go into this very specific niche. Let's say you want to become like an influencer, a fitness influencer, and you want to sell your program on building your aesthetic body like Hamza, right? It's kind of like how he started. So you go about it this way. You post content on the subject, on your niche subject. You teach people about it, and you try to offer as much value as possible. You grow that online business. You get enough following, right? You get enough views. You'll need probably for acquiring your first customers, you're going to probably need from 1,000 to 2,000 views per video. You can get there if you keep consistency in around like 7 months to 1 year. If you are selling, let's say, the sweet spot of a low ticket product that you're selling, like a low ticket course that you are selling, a niche course on how to build your aesthetic body or how to get really good at, for example, no fat, something self-improvement related, because, well, this is my niche and this is what I'm teaching you here. This niche is specifically that I'm doing. It's like a full self-improvement course, but I try to market it more specifically to the niche of identity changing, although the module that was about that we already covered like in depth. But whatever, still, I really wanted to provide more value to you than just the one niche thing. But I kind of thought I had to market it that way, like more of a niche thing, because this is the advice I've heard so far from more experienced people on this subject. But let's say you got like this low ticket course that you're selling for $100, right? The sweet spot is between $47 or $42. 42 is with what I started with this course. I don't know how much is it now that you're seeing it. Perhaps you got it kind of late, perhaps you got it when I added already like a bunch of other things as well. But I'm planning of starting like in $42. It's actually not out already while I'm recording this, but I started like $42. I'm planning to get it no more than 200, so below 200, always like 187 or something like that. So let's say you got this course for $100, right? With the course of $100 and 1,000 people that see your videos daily, let's say that the amount of people that click on your sales page that you have set up is, let's say, usually it's like a 20% or something. So from 1,000, now it's less, right? So let's say 20 people. From 1,000 views, you get like 20 people to click on that page. From those 20 people, perhaps 2 actually buy the product. If you get like 2 sales every single day for 30 days, because you're posting every single day one new video, 30 plus 2 is like 60, and 60 plus 100 is like $6,000 that you could be making if you get to 1,000 consistent views on your videos. And you get to that by providing value, talking about the subject that you're teaching, getting better at doing, just reiterating, like I said, you do every single day, you record new videos, you start after the first 50 to 100 videos that you actually post, you start to actually take a look at those videos and start to try to implement better tips. You start looking for, let's say, one of the best advice I have heard is from Imangatsi. Imangatsi is really good in all that. I would recommend you. He has like a lot of YouTube videos talking about the subject of how to get better at YouTube in general, how the whole content planning thing. But something that it will free a lot your mind from overthinking about this is just, bro, just start. Just by starting and posting those videos, you are going to start getting into a flow state. When you have done like 30 days, 40 days, 50 days, trust me, you're going to start getting really good at it, and you're going to get momentum, and then it will come natural to you. So I don't want to cramp up your head with a lot of information, useless information that you're not going to really use right now. You're not going to really, it's going to hinder only your progress if I get into that level of depth into how to market yourself on YouTube, how to build this audience. Just get started. You're going to figure it out along the way, and you can go into these things that I have told you. When you have built that level of audience and you are developing this skill that you are trying to make a course on it, I would recommend you personally to run it first as an MVP, a minimum viable offer. So you coach people, you jump into coaching calls, you offer on your YouTube channel, hey, I'm doing free coaching calls for a month or for 2 weeks or something to coach you on this specific subject, right? You want to get people, let's say, fitter with your program. You want to get people into NoFap and help them do that. You want to do exactly as I am doing, specifically in the niche of identity shifting, for example. You want to teach people how to do affirmations, how to place them, how to start a timetable, how to get into self-improvement in general, whatever it is. You run it as an MVP first, so you know what kind of results you are expecting. You know how to actually build the course. How that's exactly what I have done. I have run this MVP for a month, for an entire month, with multiple clients, coaching clients, and I have learned exactly the best things, the things that work, and how to build this whole course. And once you figure out the things that help them the most, just because you started teaching them by the things you started doing yourself, you know, it's like a chain, a pretty little chain. So you do that, you get the results, you start getting the results yourself, you start getting some momentum. You don't have to be a professional, you just gotta be one step further than the other people. So remember that, don't feel like the pressure about it, don't feel bad about it. You just gotta have like a little bit more experience than somebody else, and have the system that you are progressing in, instead of being completely clueless like somebody else, and then take that somebody else and help them and show them the path. So you go and run that MVP with your clients, let's say for a month, and make sure you get the results. You learn, and you are doing it for free, so you have no pressure about it, but you are trying your best to get results to your clients, because they are going to give you testimonials. You ask them for testimonials, and then you can go and start building your own course about it. There are a lot other business models, but this is the business model in which I am. So that's what I would recommend you to do. That's what I'm teaching you to do. You can also be creative on this part and do it however you like, but I'm telling you, you are inevitably you're going to need to actually market yourself. So the best way to actually market yourself is through a business, through a YouTube channel. Some people actually get a lot of results through Instagram, so you can try that as well. But my advice is specifically for YouTube in this case, because I know the process, and I know exactly the steps you need to follow to actually accomplish that. And that's the good thing. It's something about consistency, something about posting every single day, and teaching something of value to people, getting better at it, and practicing it yourself, of course. So once you have built like a good following, you can virtually sell anything. You can sell access to your own private community. You can have like set up a school. Yeah, you know, school like SKOOL. The platform by Sam Ovens and Alex Hormozzi, I guess. I think he got like, he with acquisition.com he kind of acquired part of that thing, if I'm not wrong about it. So yeah, go about that, do that, and build a personal brand. So important. Iman Gatsi is so right about it. Whatever you do, even if you're playing piano, even if you think you're not going to make money from it by recording your, trust me, don't try to make money from AdSense. Just you can do some money from it, but it's not like a lot of money. You need like a really big audience for that still. You are trying to actually take this as a business plan, not just as some random hobby. For example, if you do that for piano and you practice piano like a lot of hours every day and all that kind of stuff, you can post tips about piano, you can record yourself playing it, how better you're getting, and all that kind of stuff, and you can then go and teach people, not only on your YouTube channel, but you can put together a course, you can do tutoring, like mentoring for piano to other people, and your audience, exactly your audience, are the people who are, since they are familiar with you, since they like your content, since they clearly like your niche content about playing piano, they are going to be more likely to click on the link on the description and go to your very own course, tutoring program, or whatever, and you can be making a lot of money from it, especially with courses. It's like probably one of the best things. For recurrent payment, I do believe communities and that kind of stuff with educational value are very interesting. I know Andrew Tate from his community must be making like a lot of money. I know Hamza from his community is also doing really well. I have that the community with all the content and all the classes that they got, it does seem like a really good deal. It does seem like a very valuable offer, but it's kind of expensive. But yeah, that's the main idea. So go with it, and whatever you do, make sure to market it through Instagram or YouTube. Make sure to use the social media to leverage that and to build a strong personal brand from which you can actually monetize your skill, your business, whatever. So you get the point. I hope that by this time you actually know exactly how to do this. Also, setting up the landing page is not really difficult. You just have to write the copyright, which is like the sales script inside your landing page. Make it very simple. You just have to have like a bank account. Make sure to issue from Stripe, PayPal, whatever you're using. Venmo, I guess. I'm not quite sure if you can do that with Venmo. And you place like this link for payment for your course, for your course, I guess. That's what you would be doing. And you just place it there. If you find it very hard to actually write the sales script, like in the landing page for yourself, you can go about you can ask ChatGPT to help you with that. You just do the course, do something like I have done. You make like a whole script, like it's just tough. It's tough, but you got to suck it up and do it if you want to make that money. If you want to get to 10k, 6k a month, and that's just the beginning. But you'll probably have to spend like a couple of bucks in a landing page, but there are a lot of cheap ones, so you can go with a lot of that kind of offers. I believe you can host your course on Skillshare, Kajabi. You can go about ClickFunnels, but I'm not sure if you can actually host the thing in there, or if you are just using the platform for the landing page and the whole marketing thing. But ClickFunnels is a very expensive one. It's also a very professional one, but you can try with that as well. Just look into those options. Like I said, Kajabi, Gumroad. I believe in Gumroad you can sell it as well. I believe Gumroad is pretty cheap or even free. I'm not quite sure. You can upload it to Skillshare. I don't know if you can use Teachable as well. Just take a look at it. It might be maybe it's not that one, but yeah. And you upload there your entire course. You have it like a free resources, like not free resource, like a PDF that accompanies it or something like that, or Notion template. And right now I got like the PDF and also the Notion template right here. It's the same one, but I'm not quite sure if you are going to be seeing this like in Notion, or you're going to have like download the PDF. It might be like more comfortable to just see it, watch it like straight up in Notion. So that might be a good idea. So you have that. You record. It's going to take you like a couple of days perhaps, because it's supposed to be like from 3 to 6 hours or something like that, the whole course, like in a very niche topic. It's like a longer course like this, it might take even more. I'm not quite sure how long this course is going to be, but yeah. Once you finish up all that, you just need to keep spamming every single day, more and more videos. Grow your following. Like I said, for example, Hansa says he got to 1,000 subscribers in 7 months. I got to 100 subscribers in a month and a couple of days or something like that. I don't know how many subscribers I got like right now when you're seeing this, because that's probably in the future, but I'm planning to get to 1,000 subscribers before the 7 months on my current trend. So that's basically the idea. So if you are like posting every single day and you're making sure to record like 3 and 4 videos every single day, you're dedicating like 1, 2, 3 hours to YouTube specifically. Make sure to streamline the process. Make sure to not edit almost at all your videos, because if you actually get down to edit them, you're going to take way too long, and you don't really need that for educational type of content and that kind of stuff. So get into that. Remember, doing entertainment is just not worth it. Besides, is that really what you want to be, like the clown or something? If it is, by all means, you go for that. Go for that, yeah, for sure. But then you are not in the right place. So that's pretty much it for module 3. I think you got like a pretty solid idea of exactly what you need to do. Let's do like a quick recap. Like meditation, gratitude journaling for the soul. Meditation is all about keeping, at the beginning at least, sharpening your tool of focus, getting, when you get lost in thought, going back to your focus point, which would be, for example, at the beginning, like the breath. So each time you bring back your focus, you're going to be able to bring it back faster, and it's like a rep for your ability, for your mind, let's say, for your consciousness. Then we got reading for the mind. Like I said, start with the low bar. Don't set your expectations too high, because then you could actually be overcome by the overwhelming nature of doing as much as you did the last time. So I don't want you to fall for that common trap for beginners. the same for anything that you're going to practice, but remember, we got through like the flow state thing. Make sure to have things as easy that they are attainable, but not that easy that they become boring. Things to keep you engaged and get you into a flow state, things must be just hard enough, not that hard that you cannot do it at all, but hard enough so they are just a little bit above your current level of skill, so you are actually growing. And when you're doing that, you are engaged completely, and you're going to be able to tap into that flow state more oftenly. For working out, like I told you, make sure to track your progress, get a smart body scale, get a centimeter, learn how to, in YouTube videos you'll find how to measure your bicep. Look at that bitch. Make sure to measure your bicep, make sure to measure your chest, your calves, your legs, your waist. The waist is the only one that is not supposed to be growing, unless you're on a massive bulk. But remember, with this training that I told you about, doing 3 times the bro split 3 times a week, like Mondays, Tuesdays, Fridays, the bro split, touching every single muscle on your body, including even neck, which is one of the most aesthetic muscles you can touch. Also the abdomen. And by doing that, and also doing 3 times a week, remember, if you want to even get faster metabolism, you can do it like the 6 times a week, but I recommend you to start with 3 times a week and see if you are getting good results with it. 3 times a week, doing HIIT cardio, like high intensity interval training cardio, that kind of training. So like sprinting and then walking and sprinting, walking, sprinting, walking for 20 minutes at max. Never go to 40 minutes, because you can actually spike your cortisol too much, and cortisol can, in chronic high amounts, will get you insomnia, will mess up your hormonal balance, will lower your testosterone, and a lot of other problems. So you're going to be building less muscle, it's all a chain, and you're going to be doing pretty badly. For last, I know we went through nutrition. I want you to try out the carnivore diet, the Lion's diet. So look for Jordan Peterson for that, and Michaela Peterson. I think they got like really good advice on that one, so go about it. I would also recommend eggs included in the diet. I don't know if they got it, but that's what I do. They do raise your testosterone. At least 4 boiled eggs in the morning is a good starter. Sleep, of course. Make sure to always wake up at the same time, always go to bed at the same time. But if you wake up consistently at a certain hour, your body is going to get tired exactly at the same hour for you to actually go to sleep. It's actually way easier to wake up than to actually go to bed. To go to bed sometimes is harder if you are not like sleepy, but if you are sleepy, do not go past your bedtime. Try not to be responsible with it. Don't be sleep deprived unless you absolutely need to, and it's only for a day. So lastly, developing a skill or growing your business, which is also a skill. Like I said, you're going to need, first of all, a personal brand. Is the best marketing way. I explained the all four marketing ways you have available. So building a personal brand is the one. So go for it. Overcome that fear. Start posting your content. You'll realize that you're not going to die. Nobody's going to care. At the beginning, nobody's going to see your videos. And by the time somebody actually sees your videos, they are going to be so fucking good that it's not going to fucking matter at all. And that's the thing. That's the thing you got to learn. That's the thing you got to realize. Your first videos are not going to get any fucking views. And if somebody actually watches them when you have become like really famous, bro, you're going to look so good. Because if you look like a fucking loser at the beginning on those first videos and people are now looking up to you, you have like this big following, you are like world famous or something, come on. And you're so good in camera, people are going to see that transformation, and that transformation is going to look so fucking good. It's just the way it is. Bro, I have been only, maybe you're watching this like further in the future, but right now I have been only like 1 month and 20 days or something like that into YouTube. Probably even less. Bro, I have gotten so much better. Talking to the camera, doing my videos, whatever. I gotten so much better. And it's been only 1 month and like 10-20 days. Imagine that for months on end. Imagine that for an entire year. You got to be willing to do this with no fucking results and go the extra mile for 1 year straight. You might get it before that, but you need to reset your expectations and realize that success comes slowly, and you need to actually start enjoying this journey, because the discipline path, man, is the best path you're going to live. You're going to be feeling way better in only 2 weeks of doing all these habits of sticking to your affirmations, of sticking to your 3 core self-improvement habits, and developing a skill and growing your own business. So trust me, you just gotta do the work. Stick to it. Get rid of the bad habits that spike your dopamine and make everything else boring all around you, because they mess up all your reward system. And if you do that and you keep consistency up, you keep at it, you're going to make it, bro. You need to start thinking in this way, in which you ask to yourself, how much time do I need to spend doing this thing for it to be impossible not to work out? You need to think like that madman, that kind of person obsessed with his goals, that knows that by doing something, only by sheer probability of doing it so many times, he's going to actually get it right. And the thing is, it's not just the probabilities become exponential, because you might have had like really low probabilities of, let's say, getting a viral video on YouTube the first time you record a video, right? But the thing is, that's because your abilities are really fucking low right now. But if you do that 100 times, you're going to get at least 0, let's say, if you each time you get 0.1% better and you do it 100 times, you're going to be at least 100 times, 10 times better. and you have like a 10% probability increase. And the thing is, you get exponentially better, man. You actually do get exponentially better the more you practice. You don't just improve this little tiny bit. You at the beginning improve tiny bits, but then you keep improving more and more and more, and your ability becomes better. And there is some point in which your videos are going to be so good that it's highly probable you have like 50-50 chance of each video that you publish going fucking viral. Not with 100 uploads, but probably with 1,000 or something like that. 1,000 uploads, it's like 3 years or something like that. Then you'll be at that level. But within a year, 365 videos recorded, and probably even more because you recorded like 3 videos per day or something like that, like hours upon hours. Getting each time better and better, getting into flow state. I'm not going to recommend you to start, by the way, doing like scripts for your videos. A lot of people do them, and for a lot of people actually work, but I have realized that for streamlining this process and making it way faster, you need to get rid of scripts because they take time. And also, it doesn't mean that the quality of what you're going to do in the videos is less, because if you get better at doing, right now I'm literally improvising in front of the camera. I'm just synthesizing what I know and trying to teach it to you. Do you realize how powerful it is that you stand before camera and start talking from the top of your head and start trying to teach something and synthesize something? Because you become like a real life mentor. You actually develop this ability to talk to the camera, to take in the knowledge that you have been learning from reading books, from practicing this in your own life, from reflecting on your mistakes and the things that you have done well, the things that you have done badly. And from all this practice and from all this knowledge, from all this learning from other mentors, from theoretical knowledge, from your own practice, from reflection, you can bring forth all this knowledge to help other people in the form of what? Theoretical knowledge for them to use and practice themselves. You see? Everything intertwines, everything is connected. So I'm just putting my grain of sand here to help you out. So this is the thing. Here you have a whole system set up for you, perfectly clear of how to go from point A to point B. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about in the next module, module 4. You probably already read it here. We're going to get into it very soon. And that was supposed to be a quick recap. Yeah, but repetition is really important to engrave things into the unconscious mind, and it's really important also, the most important thing is to actually understand things, because just repetition won't get you nowhere. You know that, right? That's just the dumbass way in which they try to teach you in school and that kind of stuff. But to actually teach on some sort of circles of spirals going forward, but at the same time like revisiting some aspects of what you have just taught or what you have just spoke about, is a really good way. And I'm talking to you right now not just to teach you how I do this, but also to teach you how to do exactly the same, because you might need, when you go into your work, you're going to fucking need this. You're going to need, when you go teach something on YouTube, when you go building your own personal brand, you need to become like Hamza says. Yeah, I know I quote him a lot, but I have learned a lot from him and also Iman Gatsi. These guys are really, really good. They are killing it. And they are really good thing synthesizers. And that's like a really good skill to have. Communication skill, being able to stand in front of a camera and talk for hours on end on a subject and actually teach valuable information, not just yapping about random stuff that might be helpful for a channel on entertainment, perhaps, as long as it's entertaining, the yapping. But for teaching something, you need to be able to take that knowledge that you got in your head and synthesize it and use it to bring value into people's lives. Then you gain that following, and you do that even better on your course that you're going to teach, or on your coaching calls when you are teaching people. So that's the end of module 3. I hope you got to the end. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you have got like a lot of important information from it. I'll see you in the next one, bro. Take care. Welcome to Module 4. The importance of connecting your present with your future. First of all, this is important because it will boost your motivation to act towards your goals. Because in your mind, right now, this idea of this goal that you have, for example, the 10 out of 10 physique, it doesn't seem very, sometimes it won't seem connected to your current workout, to the workout you got to do today. But you got to be able to reconnect those two ideas as frequently as possible. Because if you can basically visualize and see how this workout and the next and the next and the next, how each workout that you're doing, how this chain of workouts, this chain of good rest, this chain of good nutrition is going to take you to that 10 out of 10 physique that you've been dreaming on. It's going to make you look like a Greek god. Then you'll hit that workout way better, with a lot more energy, with a lot more enthusiasm. So I'm telling you, you need to be able to connect your present, exactly the task you got right in front of you that is important to you. You need to remind yourself why it's important, why each workout, why each repetition is taking you closer and closer to that goal. And you really need to visualize it and have it clear in your mind to know exactly what you want. Because the clearer it is in your head, the stronger will be the motivation to achieve it through each daily action that you put towards it. Also, it will turn delayed gratification into more tangible, almost instant gratification. To turn this delayed gratification into more tangible, almost instant gratification, the idea is that you are able to feel the reward right after the task that you have done. Not to reward yourself, not any of that pussy stuff. Just don't be that kind of guy. That I'm going to buy a sweetie right after I just work out. It's fucking stupid. Sugar is white poison. Do not consume that shit. So, You need to start tricking your own brain into feeling good after doing these hard tasks. And it's not going to be very difficult. At the beginning you're going to feel like it's really hard, and it can feel very strenuous, all these hard tasks. But you realize that doing these things is like putting a pair of really tight shoes just for the pleasure of taking them off. But the thing is, you're not only just getting that pleasure of taking them off and feeling good right afterwards, you're actually also building something for yourself. And the more you're able to track the progress that you're making towards that goal, that's why I told you to buy yourself, for example, for working out, to buy yourself a body composition smart scale, because then you'll know exactly how much muscle mass and how much body fat you got. At least you'll know as well your current total weight, which is you'll find that it's very motivating to be able to track that. And it's kind of motivating to measure your muscle size with a centimeter once a month, and it is important, you must do it as well. But since it's something that you do once a month, it doesn't have such an impact. That's why I recommend you to weigh yourself with your smart body composition scale every single day. You'll see that most of the days it fluctuates like a lot, kind of randomly. It feels kind of randomly, but it's just your body doing weird shit. And you'll see that from one day to the other you lose 1 pound, and the other day you lose another pound. Doesn't matter if you ate like a lot, and at the third day you just gain like 3 pounds, right? Like very suddenly. So make sure you are tracking your progress in everything you do. And for example, to track your progress in things like, tracking your progress in hours spent on something or on workouts, it can kind of help, but sometimes it doesn't feel that important. Especially because you'll see that, for example, a lot of people spend a lot of time driving, for example. But you don't see them getting like way better, right? They just get to a certain good enough level, and even though they spend like 10,000 hours on top of that just good enough level, they never surpass that good enough level. That's because intentional practice is the thing that gets you better. It's not just random practice, it's intentional practice, trying to get better, striving to become better. Not just doing the thing, not just practicing it, which will get you to a certain level in and out of itself. It will get you to a good enough level. But to keep increasing your abilities, you're going to need to go back and reflect upon what you have done. Take notes on what have you done badly, what have you done goodly, how to improve, and keep practicing it. with that reflection upon your performance. And of course, like I have said before, the third part of this meta skill to become better at anything is taking in theoretical knowledge from people who have done this before you. If you can find books about it, it's even better, because in books is the place in which you'll find in more depth knowledge. After books, the second best thing would be in-depth courses on the subject. And after that, the third best thing would be a really, really fucking long podcast or an ultimate guide after the podcast, I believe. Between the podcast and the ultimate guide, I wouldn't know which one, but an ultimate guide or something like that on YouTube. That would be as well useful. But it's gotta be really long, because you cannot cover so much, so a topic in so much depth unless you go into that depth for hours. Of course, anyone can yap for hours about anything that is not really in depth, but you'll notice the density of knowledge on a certain topic when you are paying attention to it and when you are seeing how in depth the actual information goes. And last but not least, this is the way to actually apply that to in an actionable way. Use this framework to connect your long-term goal to your present moment. This is from the book The One Thing. So you need to connect in this way. Based on my Sunday goal, what's the one thing I can do in the next 5 years to be on track to achieve it? Now, based on my 5-year goal, what's the one thing I can do this year to be on track to be on my goal? What? Now, based on my goal... Fuck, I just got lost, bro. Sorry. Now, based on my 5-year goal, what's the one thing I can do this year to be on track to achieve my 5-year goal, so that I'm on track to achieve my Sunday goal? This is sort of like a... Anyways, now based on my goal this year, what's the one thing I can do this month so I'm on track to achieve my goal this year, so I'm on track to achieve my goal, my 5-year goal, so I'm on track to achieve my Sunday goal. Now, based on my goal this month, what's the one thing I can do this week so I'm on track to achieve my goal this month, so I'm on track to achieve my goal this year, so I'm on track to achieve my 5-year goal, so I'm on track to achieve my Sunday goal. Now, based on my goal this week, what's the one thing I can do today so I'm on track to achieve my goal this week, so I'm on track to achieve my goal this month, so I'm on track to achieve my goal this year, so I'm on track to achieve my 5-year goal, so I'm on track to achieve my Sunday goal. So based on my goal today, what's the one thing I can do right now? It's exactly what I'm doing right now. So I'm on track to achieve my goal today, so I'm on track to achieve my goal this week, so I'm on track to achieve my goal this month, so I'm on track to achieve my goal this year, so I'm on track to achieve my 5-year goal, so I'm on track to achieve my Sunday goal. I hope you bear with me until the end of it. And I hope you get to actually, you get down. I need you, I prompt you to actually do it. Don't be lazy on me. If you really want to see a change, if you really want to make this into reality, this is no bullshit. I'm telling you, this will connect on your unconscious mind your current activity, your current one thing that you're actually doing right now with that goal that you want to achieve, let's say in someday, before you fucking die. So if you want to achieve that thing before you die, let's say become a millionaire, right? You need to do something in the next 5 years to be on track to actually achieve that. So in the next 5 years, you perhaps got to build a business that is making $100,000 per month. And to get there, you first need, in 1 year, to set all the framework and build a business that allows you to earn at least $10,000 per month, so you can scale up with that money to that. And you got nothing right now, right? So what can you do to actually achieve such a business? Now, based on that goal for this year, to build this small one army man business, to make that amount of money, what you need to do this month is to get started, is to actually figure out what are you going to do to attract customers, and what's going to be, of course, your niche and all of that. You figure out your skill, or start developing a skill. You figure out the marketing way that you're going to use. I have already explained to you the 4 main marketing ways: paid marketing, cold reach out, warm reach out, and the winner, the best one, but also the slowest one, but the exponential one. It's social media leverage, building a personal brand. So you go about making this marketing machine for yourself by providing genuine value to your audience. By doing that, but by recording yourself on your journey of building this skill that you want to build, and by getting better and better, you're going to start running an MVP, a minimum viable product, as a coaching thing, coaching, mentorship, whatever. You'll drop a link in the description of your videos once your videos are already like getting some momentum. You probably should do it after already the 50 for your first 50 videos or something, because by then you'll start getting like actually good at it. It's going to be easier to attract more people, and you might blow up at any moment, so you don't want to miss that opportunity by having those links. So a fucking Calendly, the Google Calendar or whatever, you set up the times. Try not to do like more than 3 a day, because you might burn out, because 1 hour of coaching each day, at the beginning you might not, depending on how many people you get, depending on how many people are actually interested. If, let's say, 1,000 people are already watching your videos and they don't want to get into, well, at the beginning just do it as a discovery call. So you talk to people and you pitch your offer, right? To select like a price for your coaching services, and you'll figure it out by then. If you don't manage to like acquire customers at the beginning, you can run the MVP for free to get just testimonials and get more experience and feel more confident about charging people for it. You can run it for 2 weeks or for a month, depending on how long do you think it's going to take you to actually teach this new ability and follow along with people. So don't be impatient. Trust me, it works. And some clients that you get from this MVP that you're running for entirely for free, if they see the real and true value in your offer and in what you're doing, in what you're teaching, in the accountability that you bring coaching them in this particular ability, let's say, I don't know why I was thinking like on plumbery or something like that. But you can even do that. Trust me, you can do that. You can actually record yourself doing plumbery and teach people to do plumbery, and bro, you can make a fuck ton of money doing that. It all depends on your marketing. It all depends on how interested, because there's a million people who are interested in that. Trust me, there's just too many people in this planet. So many people that you're always going to find your niche. It's gotta be like a really extremely, very, very niche, incredibly weird thing that nobody actually cares about. And even that, it's bro, you truly never know. You truly never know. So run your MVP, use Google Calendar or whatever, set up like the hours in which you try to do it, like in the afternoon, like after your things. You have seen my timetable. My coaching lessons are like in the afternoon, because during the beginning of the day I focus on my main tasks of the day. For example, doing this course right now, but usually is recording my YouTube videos and working usually on setting up the whole business or whatever, like like the landing page or that kind of thing, or thinking about certain ideas or topics I want to discuss in videos, or thinking about another course that I want to make. But basically you devote your first hours of the day to your most intensive work, the hardest work you gotta do, and then you topple it with your self-improvement habits, meditation, working out, and reading. And if you can, read again at night. And I'm telling you, then in the middle of the day you do your coaching calls with everything you've learned, because bro, you can't teach bullshit, because people are going to realize that, and people are not going to believe in you. You got to actually teach something you are fucking doing. You are fucking really hard trying, you know? You are actually learning. You need to do the work. There's no way around it. There's no quick scheme to get rich or to just rip off people. This is not what I want you to do. This is not from what you'll get fulfillment. This is not how you're going to actually get rich. Trust me, nobody fucking gets rich in that way. Nobody. Very few people. And they always get caught in the end. So, it's not a long-term strategy. It's not useful. You're not going to get anything truly worth it out of it. So be honest. do the work. Create something that you can be proud of. Trust me, you'll thank me later. So, on this month, you can begin doing one video daily, every single day, and based on that goal this month, what's the thing that you can do this week so you're on track to achieve this month thing, so you can actually set up your Calendly or your Google or your Google Calendar thing with the hours for the coaching sessions and all that stuff, so you can spam it, beneath each one of your videos. Now, based on your goal for this week, what's the one thing you can do today so you're on track to achieve your goal by this week? So you can record YouTube videos, and that's basically the thing that you can do right now. So it's quite simple. Of course, give it some more thought and structure it according to your own goals. But I do believe that after this course you are going to start a YouTube channel, because if you're not, you just wasted your fucking money in this course. Trust me. You really need to create a personal brand. I cannot drill this enough into your head. There's no better marketing strategy. The other way is just being a slave for yourself, which is nicer than being a slave for somebody else, but being a slave is spamming into people's DM every single day. At least one hungry probably you'll need every single day, doing cold outreach. It's difficult. You can do it by all means, but it's not a long-term solution. You know, it's something you can do if you're really desperate to get money right now. If you really want to get started as soon as possible, it's an option. Hey, I got my first clients sort of in that way. Not exactly in that way. I didn't do it like by numbers or anything. I just connected really well with some people, and we got started. But I'm telling you, you just gotta be patient, and you just gotta get started with YouTube, with Instagram. Instagram, I believe, is a faster, but don't fool yourself. Don't try to go for the fastest way to get rich or whatever. If where you spend the most time in is on YouTube, then you know better that platform. Then you need to go for that platform. Don't go for Instagram or TikTok because it's more viral and faster or whatever. You are trying to attract exactly the same kind of person as you. People who you can actually help, people who you actually respect. You're not trying to go for the 15-year-old kid who watches TikTok and, well, perhaps that's you actually. I don't know, but what I mean, you don't want to go for that person that is completely the opposite of yourself, you know? Maybe you want to go exactly for the 15-year-old kid who has problems to stop watching porn because all the degenerate content on TikTok, and it's really hard. I mean, it's really hard to be even on Instagram. I I never get into that platform. And the other day, I actually went to watch one of the latest like Hamza post or something, because he was mentioning a way of posting on Instagram to, I don't remember, something like that. He was mentioning like some sort of way to post on Instagram that was like really engaging for audience, for getting people, for getting like more followers on Instagram or whatever. And I went there, and just on the search bar, bro, I barely used that Instagram account. I'm for real, I barely use it. And I'm not going to show you because I don't want you to fail on not November in case you're watching it then. But bro, I'm telling you, what the fuck? Pornhub landing page is more conservative than that thing I thought I saw there. There was so much like, and I said to myself, come on bro, what the fuck? Even though I do not search anything like that, even though I'm literally following like 3 people. One is Imangatsi, the other one I believe it's like a friend of mine or something. Bro, I don't remember. I think I gave a follow to Hamza then. That's just fucking it. I think I had like 3 or 4 people I'm following, and I have like 3 or 4 followers right now. Yeah, this is a really small account. I'm not posting really anything there, and I haven't like directed people to there or whatever. I might get more into Instagram later on, but I don't want to digress from my divert from my main goal, my main thing, which is right now YouTube. And I also love the platform way more than those degenerate platforms. I know in YouTube you'll find a lot of degeneracy as well, but you can actually find a lot of more in-depth content, a lot of self-improvement content, a lot of really useful informational like full guides, you can find a way more in-depth content about anything you want to learn. You can actually find a lot of really good book recommendations. I have gotten like most of the best books I have read have been thanks to YouTube. I'll never forget, by the way, how I got into Bronze Age Mindset, the book. I got into that book, which is probably one of the best books I have read in my life, one of the most inspiring. It's not philosophy, it's actually exhortation. Yeah, he says that at the beginning. It was because I saw a video by Ben Shapiro, and he was like kind of talking about the book. He was half trash talking about it and half like supporting a little bit about it. I don't know, it was like this weird thing, like these conservative people who talk about, let's say, Andrew Tate. Oh, he's just very misogynist, but he says a lot of things that are actually really important for young men, but he's just too bad of a person, he's just too misogynist. Go fuck yourself, bro, go fuck yourself, you're such a fucking pussy. Be a real man. You know how a real man acts and talks? Look what David Goggins said about Andrew Tate the second time he got asked. The first time he said like he didn't know enough about the guy, but the second time he actually said, I fucking respect him. I do respect him because he says what he really believes. And he doesn't give a fuck if he gets cancelled. He's like a world champion, 4-time world champion. Bro, you gotta fucking respect the guy, because he has achieved a fucking lot. And unless you are fucking Elon Musk after getting jacked, you cannot speak shit about him. That's just the reality. Unless you're a fucking billionaire, unless you're stronger than him, bro. And trust me, he's doing a really good work. But I don't want to digress here. So this is basically all for module 4. I think we got it like pretty good here. If you want to go into more depth into some of the concepts of this module, you can always go and read The One Thing. It's a really good book. I didn't like it a lot halfway through, but I decided to finish it, and it was a really good decision. The book might be kind of slow at sometimes, and it might feel like I don't know, difficult to get through it at some moments, kind of boring. But there's a lot of gems of information there. It is a really good book. But this is one of the most important things you need from it. So make sure you use this framework. Make sure you write the entire thing. You replace the things, your Sunday goal for your actual Sunday goal. Make sure you drill it into your mind. You recalibrate it and try to do it at least. The very minimum would be like once a week to get your head straight about it. So make sure maybe on Sundays, sit down for a moment, write the whole thing, and analyze it the next week, and change some things if you have to, if you have upgraded your vision about it. Just like I told you, after 100 days, upgrade your vision about your affirmations. And don't worry about it, we're going to have already that new module of affirmations level 2 on the course by then, so it's going to be sweet, man. And you're going to make so much faster progress than now. I mean, with this you're going to be a fucking beast, but with that you're going to even optimize it even more. I'm telling you, this is how legends are made. This is how you truly achieve great things in your life. And I want that for you. I want you to feel that kind of pride, that kind of excitement, that kind of peace inside of you, that fulfillment of doing a truly good work and having so much to show for it. Being able to retire your family, being able to make your parents proud of you, being able to take care of your family, being able to experience freedom, location freedom, financial freedom, time freedom, having the freedom to choose, having the freedom to have the girl of your dreams, having the freedom to have the car of your dreams. Why not? Even if you want material things, as long as you don't need them, as long as you know who you are and you have built your character. Material things are not a bad thing. They are not. Nothing is bad for you unless it's bad for your character. That's the end of Module 4. We'll see you in the next one. Welcome to Module 5. How to get out of a rut if you fall into one. Which you shouldn't, because trust me, you got every single tool on the toolkit to actually make it big. So, but these things sometimes happen. So let's get straight into it. Number one, you can use boredom to get you to do the hard things. The good habits become fun when you simply got nothing else to do in your day. If you're falling into a rut, that's probably because you aren't feeling like motivated enough to do the work, and just probably because you have fallen into the bad habits once again. So you might be still doing like the good habits, but you have reintroduced some of the bad habits, which is very weird if it happens to you while you're on your affirmations, because you are supposed to have changed your identity. If you actually change your identity, this module is kind of useless to you if you have actually done your affirmations well and you have kept going doing your affirmations consistently. But if you haven't, then you really need this module. So first of all, go back to, if you have fallen into a rut, go back to affirmations, to the affirmations module, which I believe is module 1, identity shifting. Go back to module 1 and redo the whole module. Make sure you are doing your affirmations correctly. Make sure you haven't slipped off on doing your affirmations right after you wake up and right before going to bed. Make sure your affirmations are lifting you up and are solidifying unlimited beliefs about yourself. Make sure they are shattering all limiting beliefs, and make sure they do not bind you to bad habits, but they raise you up to the good ones. You don't need to use in your affirmations, you don't really need to use like negative, like I don't do this, because you're placing that thing into your unconscious mind as well. If you simply say I don't something, even if you're placing it in a negative light, you are just kind of sowing a seed there. So just make sure to just ignore those things and simply sow good seeds. Pesticides sometimes do more harm than good. They actually usually do always more harm than good in the long run. So make sure not to use pesticides on your soil. Alright? So to get out of a rut, use boredom. Make it your mission for a day to just bore yourself to death. Don't do absolutely anything. Not even the good habits, not even the bad habits, nothing. Just go for a walk in the park. Stay there, don't do shit. Don't watch movies, don't listen to music, don't smoke, don't do drugs, don't play video games, don't do anything. Try not even to speak to anybody if you can avoid it. Try to be in solitude. Because even from speaking you'll get dopamine, socializing and all that kind of stuff. Forget your fucking phone. Turn it off entirely. Turn it off. Not even, just turn off. I know you don't usually turn your mobile off, like never, but I want you to that day turn it off and really take in that solitude. Spend all day doing just that. At best, if you got like any interesting idea into your mind, journal it. If you want to talk to yourself in some way at some point, but don't just rely on that. Just try to not just do anything at all. Trust me, at the next day, instead of jumping into everything and into the bad habits as well, don't do the bad habits. Just give yourself some time and space to just do the good ones. You'll see how fucking fun is going to feel. Just do the good habits. It's like being an entire day without eating anything. Don't eat junk food during that day, and try to not to eat a lot. Even if you can do like a fasting day, it's just even perfect, unless you are really worried about your macros and nutrition right now and don't want to lose a lot of weight, but you're not going to lose that much for just one day. So you can do that, and drink plenty of water. Make sure to do that. Don't drink coffee. Don't drink like any stimulants. No sugary beverages, either. Just plain water. That's everything. I just lost my train of thought. But by doing this, you're going to feel so utterly bored. But you're going to allow your dopamine receptors to find some balance and to adjust. And then the things like doing hard work, like working out, meditating, working on your business, and reading, those things are going to feel like, fuck, this is actually really fun. Bro, I'm literally having fun right now doing this big ass course for you. You know, it's really fucking long. I bet you have gone through a solid 2-3 hours already watching this course. And here we are, doing yet another module, because I know this is important, because I know you're going to get so much benefit from it. But not just but also because this is one of the most fun things I do with my day. Because I don't have bad habits in which to indulge. I have managed to get rid of them all. And now working out is actually one of the most fun things I do in my day. Taking a shower is really fucking relaxing, because it's one of the moments of my day in which I don't have to be just grinding, unless I'm taking like a cold shower, which I do some days, depending on, because of muscle hypertrophy. This an in-depth thing, so I'm going to just share it with you now anyway, so you get this tip. But it's important to, it's been studies about it, that you shouldn't do cold plunges or cold showers right after working out, because it will reduce inflammation. And that's kind of a good thing, you think, you dumbass, because your muscles will be less sore. But you actually need to have your muscles very fucking sore and very fucking inflamed, because that's when your muscles get repaired better. You are sending a lot of blood into that part of your body, into those parts, and you are actually starting to heal. Because I don't know if you know that this, I already mentioned it to you, but it's important. I'm just surprised of how many people just don't know it. You don't fucking grow your muscles by going to the gym. You are actually destroying them, motherfucker. Realize of that. You are destroying your muscles, so when you are actually resting, your muscles grow bigger. The reason why they grow bigger is because the scar tissue, they lie another layer of muscle fiber on top of that scarred tissue. Just to like, it's like putting band-aids over band-aids over band-aids, and then you got like this amount of bandage, then you got this amount of muscle over muscle over muscle, and that's how your muscles get fucking big, right? So you make sure you are getting rest and you're getting your nutrition on point, because if you're not getting your nutrition, you're not having anything to actually fill those holes with. And if you're not resting, you're not actually letting your body go at night and, like a good little worker, just place the filler, right, and build up those walls, that new muscle tissue. So make sure you are clear on that, because that's the whole point of working out. Yeah. So yeah, get bored as fuck. It's like a dopamine detox. You are supposed to already be like in this full-blown long-term dopamine detox, because this is what we're doing, but this is like a shock thing in case you have gone back to your rut. Trust me, you're not going to feel very motivated at first if you're like in a rut and you want to get back to all these habits and all these things. You're not going to feel very motivated at first, but if you go back to your affirmations and just use a day of complete and utter boredom and jump straight away after that day to the next day, once you wake up, you go into your tasks and avoid all bad habits in that day as well. Just take it as an experiment. Say to yourself, I'm just going to do this today. I'm not going to do this every single day. I'm just going to do this one day. Tomorrow I'll go back to whatever. And at the next day, you just repeat exactly the same script. I'm just going to do this one more day. Tomorrow I'll go back to whatever. And you give yourself enough time to experience how good it will feel to be bored as fuck and at the next day do hard things and boost your baseline of dopamine. So you're going to actually start feeling like really fucking good right the next day while you're doing your task and going through your day and making sure you're not doing any of the bad habits. Bro, I'm telling you, right the next day you're going to be back on the horse. Trust me. And for even more extreme measures, you got like the second point, which is if you change you can change the environment. I mean, if you can change the environment, if you can move out or light a fire under your ass, putting yourself into a hard situation in which you see yourself forced to perform, like moving to a different city, burning all the bridges and eliminating all plan Bs. This is really important. You don't want to have any kind of plan B or backup plan. I really mean this. You really need to not have any plan B for your life. You need to know that if you fail at this, you just gotta keep trying, because there's just no other fucking way. That's how you achieve things. You need to be fucking obsessed about this. If you're not, you're going to fucking fail, because you're going to, when you encounter your first failure, and you're going to encounter a lot of fucking failures, and when you encounter your first, second, third, 10th failure perhaps, you're going to go back to your plan B. You're going to jump from one ship to the other. You're going to let that ship sink. Bro, be a fucking man. A captain sinks with his ship. So you better sink with yours, or don't let it sink at all. But never jump ships. Just stick to your A plan, because every single thought you dedicate to plan B is a thought you are stealing away from plan A. That's just how it is. Arnold Schwarzenegger said it best. We perform better with no safety net. And if you can even light a fire under your ass and put some pressure into you, take on some responsibility for yourself. The thing about responsibility is that people are very afraid of that word and are very afraid of having these commitments. But what they do not realize is that responsibility is proportional to power. People feel depressed because they believe they have no power. But if they were brave enough to take on responsibilities, they would start to gain more power. And if you gain power, you cannot feel depressed. You literally cannot feel depressed when you exert power and have power. And I know power has become this like no word in modern times because of all these modern leftist, like weak woke culture, this kind of disgusting thing. But power is good. The fact that some people use it in the wrong way doesn't make it bad. Just like money is not bad because some people use it in a wrong way or whatever. I can use a sword to defend my family, or I can use a sword to basically chop grannies' heads on the streets of London, probably, because that's just like the capital of stabbing nowadays. Yeah. You can use social media to connect with people and to create these amazing communities and to have wonderful relationships and being able to see people in real life and connect with people all around the world and have these great groups interested like in the same things, having the same hobbies or shooting for the same goals and even moving together like a bunch of people because they are aligned in plans, in values, and they want to have fun and they want to build something together, like a company or an adventure. Bro, that's wholesome as fuck. But you can also get brain rot by dumb scrolling all day on your phone, jumping from TikTok ass to TikTok ass, just wasting your life away and filling your monkey brain with dopamine bursts and spikes. And that's the thing. Anything can be good, anything can be bad. We make it good or bad ourselves. Even the things that you think are really bad and they have just like no way to turn it around, that's because you haven't practiced gratitude enough. Because even the dark is good, because without it, the light would mean nothing. We all would be blind. Because too much light and never a shadow You cannot differentiate. You cannot tell what's light and what's not, because you got nothing to compare it with. You will never experience the lack of light, so you will never appreciate the existence of light. You might not even understand or know that light exists if you do not have dark. You will never appreciate warmth if you had never been cold, or even the other way around, whatever. Let's move on. So like I was saying, if you can change environment, if you can't move out of your out or light a fire under your ass, putting yourself into a hard situation in which you see yourself forced to perform, like moving to a different city, burning all the bridges and eliminating all plan Bs and backup plans, committing 100% to make your business work, to make your dream come true, or literally die trying, then you perform magnitudes of order better. Women perform better with no safety nets. Make always sure of not skipping a day, and if you skip a day, never skip 2 in a row. Don't break the chain and keep tracking your streaks. Don't stop using your affirmations either. Yeah, I told you this. Also remember yourself the reasons why you are doing this. What is the great goal you are shooting for? Don't forget it's possible. And I should add there, don't forget that it's inevitable if you keep doing it. If you keep doing it, if you do not give up, if you keep going at it, if you think in decades, not even years, if you think in decades, bro, then it's not simply possible to achieve that thing. It's just inevitable. It's coming your way sooner or later. You already got it. I'm telling you, that's the thing. Do you think that if you spend 10 years working out never less than 3 times a week, from 3 times a week to 6 times a week or something like that, if you keep working out, grinding away all your life, let's say 10 years, 20 years, do you think you won't be jacked? At some point, you're going to crack the code. Even if you start with no fucking clue of what the fuck you're doing, it might take you like 5 years. You might lose like 5 years of progress until you actually figure this shit out. If you learn from somebody, that's kind of a problem, because I know there's like a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of million different ways. So sometimes like beginners jump from one program to the next one, never see results, they don't really know what the fuck is going on. Bro, my experience was with it like really hard. I'm telling you, I've been working out already like for 3 years, and people sometimes get surprised and say, damn, but you have, people lately have seen my progress, but before that, let's say right now, they don't believe I've been like 3 years working out. Because I don't look like it. People think 3 years and they believe you'll be fucking huge. But your progress, and this is what nobody tells you, your progress is not going to be linear. Unless you got like a mentor, or unless you got like one specific advice, one specific course that covers everything, like in this one, in which you are focused laser, using the advice that somebody else already has tried, tested, that hasn't been using steroids or isn't like a genetic freak or anything, and just follow and you just follow that advice to the letter and don't jump ships, just stick to it, and then don't overcrowd your head with more information, because that's the thing. A lot of misinformation out there, a lot of different approaches, and even some different approaches are both correct. There are a lot of different approaches which are all fucking correct, because they play with different variables, and they still make it work. There are a lot of mathematical operations that added to each other, a lot of different numbers that added to each other are going to give you 10. You can add 9 plus 1 and you will get 10. You can add 5 plus 5 and you will get 10. You can add 6 and 4 and you will get 10. So since there are like, let's say 10 ways to get jacked, and people are spilling their own ways, and some even are spilling their ways to not get jacked, but just by taking steroids and shit and doing like crazy random shit. And no wonder you feel confused about it. I felt too. And I jumped from exercise to different exercises. I got injured a lot of times performing the exercises like with bad form, like doing a lot of things that were overtraining me, and I couldn't keep up with that rhythm, and a lot of things happened. And it wasn't until, let's say, 2.5 years into it, or even a little more, like in August of last year, then I finally cracked the code. Then I started to get like a lot of progress. I started to I have put on 10 pounds of muscle mass. What I showed you the other day, I was revisiting that in the other module, and I just saw this other one. Let me see if I can show you. And I even took like a screenshot of it. I don't know if you'll be able to see it here. Shit. Let's see. Yeah, I hope you can actually see it. Whatever. Bro, I gained 10 pounds of muscle. Sorry. Yeah, I'm kind of recording the audio externally, but I'm not quite sure if I'm going to use it. If this one sounds better than the audio I'm recording straight from the computer. So I went from 123.6 pounds of muscle mass to 133.6 pounds of muscle mass. 10 pounds in 166 days. From August, which is month 8, to January, which is like month 1 of 2025. From 2024 to 2025, that's like for 5 months. Yeah, 5 months. Bro, I'm telling you, I'm proud as shit from this, to be honest. And it was like a really big bulk. I gained almost like 10 pounds of fat as well, because I went like from 10.6% of body fat, which is like high level athletes, to 14.7%, which is like just regular fitness. But I'm telling you, bro, now with this incorporation to the training that I told you about, going back to doing the high intensity interval training, cardio, I'm telling you, this spikes your natural production of growth hormone and spikes your natural production of testosterone. So it's like fucking being on gear. Not at that extreme, of course, naturally, but man, it's going to be incredible. And I actually have experienced such a thing in the past. I had like 2 months in which, thanks to those 2 months, I do believe I have gotten like a taste of how confident you feel, of how well you feel when you are like on steroids. Because a lot of people actually talk about it and say how you feel like you're on top of the world, how you feel more masculine, that like you have a lot of confidence, that you can do anything, you feel smarter, faster, stronger. Bro, that's exactly how I felt when I went from being like a fat kid with, let's say, at the end of my 14 years, when I was like 14 years old, and I went from being like a fat kid to start doing high intensity interval training, running. I didn't got my feet fucked up by it, because I had like really good back in the day. I had really good shoes for running, which are already like, it's been like 10 years. Those shoes are barely still standing, but they were amazing. I'll try to show them to you someday. So, but they were like some old Nikes that they were really good. Not like the Michael Jordan ones, which are like just for show, but are fucking terrible for running or doing whatever kind of sport you're going to do, because they are like very thin, like they have like a very thin bottom. So never mind. What I mean is that I started to like, I believe what I was doing was like 3 times a week. I was doing perhaps Mondays. I wasn't even working out properly, like doing weightlifting. I was just running. Literally just running. By intervals. Like 20 minutes at best each day. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, just running. Bro, I got muscular. I built muscle, don't know how. Bro, that's because growth hormone and testosterone grow muscle, even if you're not actually tearing your muscle down. Picture this, bro. That's the reason why when they run the experiment of 3 groups, people working out with no steroids, people working out with steroids, and people not working out with steroids. Don't quote me on this, but if I remember correctly, the people who were just working out, I believe they got like 6% or something like that increase in muscle mass over that period of time. The ones that were working out with steroids got like 16% increase in muscle mass, and the ones that were just taking steroids but not working out got like 10% increase in muscle mass, some crazy shit like that. they just put on muscle like sitting on their fucking couch. So if you can stimulate your natural production of those same things and compounds, not all of course, but I mean some of them, some of the most important ones, the ones that you use to actually grow muscle in real life without steroids or whatever, the ones that you use during your teenage years as well to grow muscle naturally. See, if you stimulate that shit, your growth hormone and your testosterone, by doing high intensity interval training, bro, you start growing fucking muscle out of nowhere. And if on top of that you are using those muscles to keep grinding at the gym and keep destroying them and growing them bigger, bro, you're going to make so much progress so much faster. And back in the day, at that time when I was doing that, I say it was 2 months because I fucking stopped. When I saw myself like getting muscular, when I saw for the first time in my life like having a lean six-pack, and I just, damn, I look good, man. And I was like so proud and full of myself, and I felt so great, and I felt so fucking confident. I believe I was even in an altered state of consciousness back in those days, because I just feel like I was the king of the world. I could feel I could do like literally anything. There was nothing that could stand in my way. I actually learned English back in those days. My brain was a million times faster. I probably learned English like there to a really high level in only 3 fucking months. Who the fuck you know that learns a language in 3 months? I'm telling you. I was eating right on top of that. I was practicing also martial arts. I had gone into ninjutsu, and a little bit afterwards I got also into Krav Maga, but that's just another story. But I'm telling you, bro, I have never felt this good in my life. I usually don't talk to anybody about these 2 great months. I do believe it also had to do with the fact that I was experiencing a lot of things for the first time. It was like crazy. I was really hyped up. I fell in love for the first time with this beautiful girl, and even though it was like a summer thing, summer love or something, it was like probably like my first love. Yeah, I believe. I'll never forget her name. I'm not going to say it here. So whatever. And during those 2 fucking months, I'm telling you, I was a beast. I would even go and spend doing my trainings of ninjutsu and that kind of stuff. I would spend days with a blindfold, just 1 or 2 days, in which I didn't have to actually go and run or practice. I would spend those 2 days with a blindfold. Bro, I'm telling you, it was so fucking cool. And at the second day when I had like finished up the blindfold thing, I would wake up in the morning like at 6 a.m. before dawn. I would go to this living room. It was like set up differently back then. I would come with the lyrics of a song that I was studying to like learn new words and stuff, and it was from Frank Sinatra, actually theme from New York. That song always had me so hyped up, and I always related to that time of my life, which was incredible, and it's what I'm learning how to replicate all those years after, now that I got into self-improvement and I have learned what the fuck was going on back then. Why did I feel so good and I was doing no bad habits, no, I wasn't playing video games on that time, I wasn't doing like any bad habit at all. Everything was so fucking productive and I felt so fucking good with myself. And it was the time in my life when I wrote the most. I wrote 2 books, 2 fantasy novels back in those days. 2, not 1, 2, bro. I'm telling you, I had this insane productivity that people can only dream of, and that's what I'm replicating now, and I'm going to get even better now. And I've been 3 years figuring out exactly how to go back to that stage, because after being like years depressed, being years like not knowing what the fuck was going on with my life, first I found this self-improvement to get out of it, but then I remember what I used to say to myself back in the day when I was depressed. If I can never go back to feel the way I felt during those 2 months, then my life isn't worth it. It doesn't matter how much time it takes me, I'm going to be again that highest self. Bro, I literally felt like the highest version of myself, the most powerful, the most confident. And it all comes down to raising up your vibrational frequency, doing the good habits, having that hormonal and neurochemical balance in your brain, in your body, by having these high amounts of motivation, this high receptivity to dopamine, because you have actually helped your dopamine receptors to acclimatize to the appropriate amount of dopamine, because you're not abusing of bad habits. You got your diet right. Back in those days I was eating a lot of fat, but I wasn't fat at all. I was eating like a lot of butter. I was eating a lot of fish and a lot of meat. And I would also eat like bananas, and I would drink a lot of water. And the phosphorus from the fish and the banana that has, and the potassium from the bananas, these high amounts of water, bro, were like a chemical reaction exploding in my brain. I had so many ideas. I was so fucking creative. I have never been that creative in my life. And I do believe that one of the biggest things about it was having this very low body fat percentage. I think I must have been like in 9%, even 8%. So I had no place to store microplastics that act as hormonal disruptors, and they mimic estrogen. They mimic estrogen in your body, and they lower your testosterone levels. But I had like such high levels of testosterone back in those days, and such high levels of growth hormone, just by doing this 3 times a week, practicing martial arts, writing like a madman, and studying a new language. Bro, those have been like the 2 best months of my life so far. I'm going to get something even better now. So yeah, because I haven't started like the high intensity interval training again right now. I was starting it. I went for it like for 2 weeks, but I fucked up all my feet doing it, so I had to stop. But during those 2 weeks, bro, I was igniting that flame already, and that's when it clicked in my mind. I realized that it is that. It is precisely that. That's the reason why I basically managed to do all these things, have all this energy to build this entire course, to be doing coaching calls with people, getting all this entire business set up, doing like 3 and 4 YouTube videos every single day, uploading daily, sometimes even twice a day, getting the scripts ready, doing the editing, spending like 3 hours of coaching calls. Success takes time and takes energy. You need to be able to focus a lot, to learn a lot, to apply that knowledge, and to make sure to practice and keep practicing and don't give up, don't lose enthusiasm. So I'm telling you, this is how you build yourself into a fucking superhero. This is how you experience big life as a man. This is how you make money, like real money, and have on top of that time freedom, because you work when you want to work, but you actually, and you do it from your house. You don't do like commute to any place or whatever, but you discipline yourself to work for yourself and work really hard at the beginning, but there is a point where you can even slow down. But some men are actually meant to stay in the trenches. And if you're watching this, if you're inside this course, you're not supposed to slow down. You are supposed to stay in water forever. Because that's the thing that you enjoy the most. Because that's exactly what you are made for. I'll see you in the next module. This is the end of module 5. Welcome to module 6, energy levels and testosterone optimization. So I think I already kind of touched a lot on this subject on last module. I kind of went on a rant talking about it, but it's just because I am so passionate about this subject, because I have experienced myself what is possible to experience living this kind of life, raising up your energy levels, being like this, excuse me, being like this this incredible um, unexhaustible. Is that a word even? Yeah, I haven't been doing like cuts in any of my videos so far. Not even in the YouTube videos, but not even in this course. I'm even like thinking about not making a cut on there, and so you see like this long ass pause. I wonder what the fuck is going on. Inexhaustible. Inexhaustible. Fuck. Yeah, so, bro, becoming this inexhaustible source of energy, feeling that there's nothing that can tire you or wear you down, that you can be this productive every single day and do all these things and actually enjoy doing these hard things, enjoy getting deep into history, reading like philosophy, history, jumping straight into writing like a madman for hours every single day, working out, practicing martial arts, getting into meditation. Yeah, a couple of years after those 2 months that I was talking to you about, I believe it was just like a year afterwards, I started getting into meditation, but I did not stuck to it. I did not stick to it. And that's the thing, man. I was young. I didn't know what was the system. I didn't understand how that amazing experience was created. If I had been able to hold that amazing experience for longer, if I had not returned to being like a loser, like going back to freaking video games, and later on getting started into smoking. Also, high school was kind of, I felt like I was truly wasting my time. I remember back in those days I even read an entire book, and back in those days I wasn't fucking reading, man. I read Dorian Gray's Portrait by Oscar Wilde. Bro, that book is fucking amazing, to be honest. I would like to actually reread that book at some point. It's a classic, and not in vain. It's a classic because it's a fucking masterpiece, to be honest. And I enjoyed it a lot. I was sitting there. I remember back in those days I was sitting there in the middle of a math class, and it was like this dumb thing. I remember I knew already how everything of that was done, and I had like this hyperactivity inside of me. I couldn't sit and put there, but I thought at least I might as well take advantage of this time, and I put up like my book like this, you know, and I placed my cell phone behind the book, and I started reading on my cell phone Dorian Gray's Portrait. And while I was reading it, I believe that like the teacher noticed I wasn't paying any sort of attention, so he like started trying to annoy me, asking exactly about how he told me to go to the whiteboard and all the stuff and solve like that equation. Bro, I stood up, went there, just took a look for a couple of seconds to that bullshit. I did it right in less than a minute. Bro, that guy dropped his jaw and had to shut the fuck up. And I could tell in his face he wanted to say, you see, you got it wrong because you're not paying attention to the class. I didn't need to pay fucking attention to your stupid ass class, motherfucker. Because school is an indoctrination camp. School is for the masses. You are better than the masses. You are not a fucking sheep. You are not supposed to be inside of this emasculating little class. Sit down like a fucking girl without being able to go outside, without being able to go even to the bathroom, without raising your hand and asking for permission to daddy or mommy. Being taught by this fat fucking teacher or this effeminate supposedly called man. Bro, come on. And they train you for the slave life 8 hours every single day. And they place so many limiting stupid ass beliefs, and they make you believe that if you're not good into their stupid ass education system, you're not going to be good outside, you're not going to make anything out of yourself. Bro, the real world has no fucking correlation to the educational system. I don't want to go into detail when and where was actually created this monstrosity made for indoctrination and for getting good little workers. It was back in Prussia for God. I fucking love history, but I can't contain myself when I get. But I don't want to digress. It was built in Prussia. Back in Prussia was like part of Germany before the whole Germany got together. After the Napoleonic Wars, they had lost so badly to Napoleon, and they thought it was because of their lack of discipline or whatever. Because every Prussian soldier went their own way and wanted to be this masculine hero and make everything by themselves and didn't listen a lot to their superiors or whatever. They wanted to instaurate like a lot of discipline into these men, being able to tell them to walk into a lake and to march into a lake and even break the ice and get fucking frozen and die if that was their order. So they wanted to have like fucking drones that generals could move around. So a stupid ass philosopher from Prussia made his task to build this whole educational system to make people like really fucking obedient and streamline the process, sponsored by the state. These guys from back in those days, a little bit further in those days, like in England, Scotland, the Industrial Revolution was getting started. The big moguls of these new industries were looking for workers. but they needed a way to teach the workers efficiently to work on assembly lines and be like really obedient and don't go out of their precise guidelines. And they found in the Prussian education system like the perfect system for them. So they copy it, paste it, started using it to streamline workers, and well, the rest is history. Basically, Rockefeller and Carnegie and all these really rich guys realized that they could use it as well for their factories, and they got it to America and they streamlined it to the entire world basically, and they fucked up big time, sapping people out of creativity, of masculinity in so many ways. It was like a slow thing that started building up, but that's something that has been building so many limiting beliefs and building so many bad habits, bad mental habits, bad thought patterns, because those are other kind of bad habits that you got to get rid of, and some of them are emasculating you. Some of those bad habits make you feel like less of a man. Not directly, you don't realize of that, but when you depreciate yourself, when you don't believe in yourself, when you don't believe you can do certain things, when you realize, and believing in yourself is not like being absolutely delusional, thinking that you can just, I don't know, like fly if you drop off the balcony, if you jump from it. It's just not that stupid. You're talking about having this insane confidence in yourself that you can actually achieve anything you set your mind to, and you keep practicing at it. So if you set your mind at doing something, you need to be able to believe you're going to fucking achieve it. Because if you don't believe truly deep down in your bones that you're going to achieve that thing, as long as you keep trying, you're not going, guess what, motherfucker, you're not going to keep trying. You're just not going to keep trying, and you're not going to achieve it, because you're going to stop and jump ships and try something else. That's one of the points that I'm going to make like further into this, that by actually building real confidence, it's about getting higher testosterone. Is like the last point, I believe. Getting higher testosterone will come from actually winning. I know I kind of jumping around, but you got like this very streamlined and very pretty, very organized, but I'm going like sort of free flow. I think this is going to be even better because I'm not just reading from it, but I'm going to also read it so you don't get lost. But bro, by actually winning, right? By actually saying you're going to do something and doing it, that's a win. Trying something and realizing that you can get certain results from it, if you keep doing it, then keep doing it, show up with those results, that will build up your confidence. You don't need to go to these stupid ass courses on charisma, pick up gay, whatever bullshit, to fake confidence, or to gain confidence from social interactions, trying to pick up women like a fucking degenerate there in the street. Bro, that's just so fucking sad and pathetic. I mean, you can do it, but at least it's not for me. I can approach a woman, but I'm definitely not going to make a career about it, trying to approach as many women as possible. just to get good at. It's true, you can get good at it by doing it a lot, sure. Practice, like I said. But bro, do you really want to practice that? Or do you want to do it on easy mode for some reason, like being of such high value that you don't have to have a lot of game to actually get the girl, that you just have automatic natural game just by being confident in yourself, and being confident in yourself and attracting the best kind of girls comes from having the resources, having the confidence, the looks. Yeah, I think those are all. So if you have built your body, if you have this amount of strength, and if you have resources, bro, you're going to be confident as fuck. Because every single thing, every single goal that you set to yourself, you go and achieve it. And if you are the kind of person that does what he says he's going to do, that knows his capabilities, that knows he's a capable person, that knows he can take shit and do things right no matter what comes his way, that he knows he can handle things and doesn't get nervous out of nothing because he's accustomed, he's already like he's already comfortable with the pressure and the stress. He knows how to handle it. And having that kind of confidence, the real confidence that no matter how much you try, you're not going to be able to fake it, at least not for a long time. And you got that kind of confidence, everything becomes easier. And it's like a positive upwards spiral. The more energy you have, the more things you actually achieve, the more things you try and stick to them and see them to fruition, the more you respect your word and do what you say you're going to do, the more achievements and the more wins you'll have. And the more achievements and wins you'll have, the more testosterone you'll have. But energy doesn't come from laziness. Even when you feel lazy, even when you feel tired, if you do the thing you got to do, even if you get up and go for the run you got to go for, or jump into the bicycle and do your workout and do your high intensity interval training and go and do your training, your weight training workout, trust me, you're going to feel so much more energy afterwards. It's strange as fuck, I know, but the next day you're going to feel way more energetic. And this is the thing, it has a logic behind it. Just like muscles, whatever you don't use on your body, in general, whatever you don't use in this reality, it starts to dwindle away, it disappears, it becomes smoke. So if you spend all fucking day just you spend it lying in the couch, you come home from school, work or whatever, or you don't do any of that, and you just jump from your bed and drop dead on the couch and start watching Netflix or whatever, or don't even get out of the bed and watch it in your room or whatever, dumb scroll all day on social media, on TikTok, pedophile. Please don't use TikTok. If you are an adult, and if you are an adult, it just doesn't make any sense. Don't use TikTok. Motherfucker. So, bro, if you're not using energy, your body's going to realize that you don't need it. And it's going to say, okay, let's just not produce this amount of energy for him to do anything, because he's not doing like shit. And then you'll feel less energy, and then you'll be like fucking lethargic. And combine that with the overstimulation, you don't feel any fucking dopamine in your life. You got like this baseline almost caught in the grass. And with that baseline you have no motivation, so that's like a powerful combination, bro. That's like a downward spiral. If you are on a downward spiral, you are fucked. So stop it right now. Break that chain of bad habits. Get out of it, because it's going to lower your testosterone, it's going to lower your baseline dopamine. So it's going to lower it's not only going to lower your motivation, it's not only going to lower your energy, it's also going to lower your very drive and your capacity to take action. So those are very bad news. But there's also very good news. If you are on an upward spiral, if you just start by waking up early, going to take some sun, which raises your testosterone levels, going then for that run, high intensity interval training, make sure to be sprinting, walking, sprinting, walking. Just sprint with everything you have. I want you to be out of breath after that first sprint. You catch it back by walking, and then you burn your lungs again by running with every single drop of energy there's left in your body. And it's strange how everything starts to interconnect. Everything is like intertwined, because once you start moving and start doing these kind of things, you start to go to the mental, and you start of thinking of the heroic ethos. You start of thinking about mythology. You start to get into strong lyrics of like really strong songs. You get a lot into like rock, or maybe like really not degenerate but really motivational rap, and with really good tribal lyrics and that kind of shit. And you start getting inspired. I remember back in those days when I was like in those 2 months, bro, I started writing epic fantasy, and it was gruesome. It was really hardcore shit. It was all about fucking war, and I fucking loved it. And it was really good. I mean, it wasn't like a work of art. Maybe the second one, it was kind of better. I really need to keep writing that kind of things, but let's see when I make that a priority. But bro, in and out of itself, the physical takes you to the mental, and the mental takes you to the spiritual. But you got to get started. It's actually harder to start in the middle. If you start with the mental, just mental, purely mental, like understanding and studying something, it can take longer to take root or take one of the two directions, because in the mental you can you can influence the spiritual, and then from the spiritual drops down to the mental onto the body. But it goes faster if you start like with meditation and affirmations, which is trying to directly affect the spiritual and drop it into the mental, so you start to understand it and then going through the body. But it is a faster process. That's why I recommend the affirmations. So like I was saying, and when I say mental here, it's like in a more broad sense, because affirmations actually work with the unconscious mind, and a lot of the things mental actually filter into the unconscious mind, and the unconscious mind is the spiritual part of yourself, the one that is connected to the higher vibrational frequencies. So you start with the mental through affirmations, masculine, tribal, and ancient warlike music, strong lyrics, inspiration, mythology, the heroic ethos, and just masculine stories. Just look for shit like Troy, the movie. Even better if you can actually go through the Iliad and read it. The Odyssey as well. Read mythology. There's a really good book on mythology which I'm reading right now. I got started like very recently. Let me see if I can look for it for you so I can recommend it. Yeah, it's the one from Edith Hamilton. Fuck, I think I fucked like the recording. Well, whatever. I hope you can see the book here. Mythology by Edith Hamilton. It's called Mythology: Timeless Tales of Gods and Heroes. So yeah. That's the thing. You need inspiration. You need heroes to look up to. Not to be like a fanboy or whatever. Not to be jealous or envious of them. You need people to actually admire, because admiration is the bright side of envy. With admiration, you can actually achieve great things. I remember I said a quote to this YouTuber I was talking to the other day. Yeah, let me read it to you. I was telling him that I naturally gravitate towards one, humility, and two, admiration. But if I didn't do that naturally, I'd have trained myself to, because I understand the following. Admiration allows me to take that shining example and use it as raw inspiration to grow and better myself. Humility allows me to learn from that example if I get the chance, and improve on every aspect I still need to polish. So that's the thing. You really need humility and admiration. But you also need to have pride on yourself, to be able to have that pride on yourself when you achieve the things. Because if you cannot, then why is it good for to put so much effort? It's not to become arrogant, it's not to become
like this bad person, this rude person, is to actually feel this love for yourself and respect yourself. Drop your shoulders to your back, like stand up, erect. Make sure you're opening your chest and you're looking people straight into the eyes. Make sure you shake their hand firmly. Make sure you are honorable, trustworthy. These kind of things will build up your masculine essence, will get you to a higher masculine level. The more masculine essence, the more masculine energy you develop within yourself, the more testosterone you'll naturally have. Like I said, everything flows from the spiritual to the mental to the physical. Second point is controlling stress. I was going to mention to you a book you should read about this, which is actually The Way of the Spirit Man by David Dida, that talks about how to cultivate and grow masculine energy within you. It's really wonderful book, but that's actually on module 7, so I don't want to skip ahead. It's a really short book, by the way, but it's really dense in knowledge and very well packed. I'm actually even thinking about rereading that book now when I finish reading The One Thing. So, yeah. Like I was saying, number 2 is controlling stress levels. Meditation helps, and releasing stress through working out, running, and martial arts is also good. Also, when you're meditating, I know this sounds kind of like a dumb thing, but you got to trust me on this. Think of yourself as this badass samurai, a true warrior of all. This Japanese, really fucking strong warrior, sitting down to master his own mind, because he knows that by mastering his own consciousness, his own focus, by sharpening his focus, he'll be even a greater warrior, even better at his craft. Start seeing yourself in such ways, and you're going to experience the kind of feelings that would naturally come to such people. And trust me, that's a really badass thing, to get the same feelings that an actual samurai would get. Bro, that's just fucking amazing. So start thinking of yourself as this great warrior. Start thinking of yourself as this. Start perceiving yourself under this image of a strong masculine man, of a man striving for excellence. We tend to think stupidly that it's kind of cringe, perhaps, in some sort of weird way. We don't really know why. And I'll tell you why. is because we have lost that understanding we had naturally when we were children. That alignment to our nature has been corrupted by years of indoctrination by a society in decadence. You know, you can see it all around you. You can see it on social media, you can see it on the video games. Even the video games that used to be the thing, the masculine thing by excellence, the vicarious masculine thing. They used to be this virtual way to let off some steam, some masculine energy and drive to actually achieve things. A way for big companies to leverage your drive to achieve things, and instead of achieving them in real life, giving you like some nice pixels on a screen to go through these stories. Yeah, admitted there are some good stories in video games. There are some inspiring ones. And even in there, this woke mind virus has gone into it. And that's why you're seeing all these video games now that you cannot fucking play with a straight face. Your character now by default has to be this black woman, fat and gay or something. What the fuck? Bro, you have to endure this even on your place where you used to go to escape this fucking reality that was like absurd. Yeah, that's how tightly they are trying to choke you. But they are fucking stupid. They are really fucking stupid. Because by doing this to this extent, they are actually starting to wake up the lion within you. I actually want to read you something that I read every single day. It's this poem by Mark Browning that is called The Day of the Lion. I actually do recommend you to look for it. Specifically on YouTube, you're going to find, if you search for Alexander the Great, The Day of the Lion, Mark Browning, you'll easily find this amazing edit of it. It's really fucking inspiring. But I'm going to read it to you now. So, The Day of the Lion. By insisting he accept their lies as real. By insisting he was never to his people tied. By dictating exactly what he might feel. By permitting body joy but never pride. They believed a lion could be brought to heel. They believed that a lion could from his courage be pride. They believed a lion that the lion himself will learn to kneel. I'm just going to read it from the top again. That the lion himself will learn to kneel. That a lion would not care even if his lion died. That the lion himself would accept such a deal. In the end, it was only to themselves they had lied. So like I said, controlling your stress levels. Meditation helps. Releasing stress through working out, running, and martial arts is also good. Also, martial arts in and out of themselves are going to make you feel more manly, more capable of handling yourself. It's going to give you more confidence, especially when you actually jump into a fight with somebody else, like in a sparring session, like a hard sparring or something like that. You're going to experience what it is to be punched in the face and not die because of it. So you're going to be less scared of facing confrontations. But mainly dealing with the situation and fixing it usually is one of the best approaches. And yeah, to control stress, dealing with the situation that stressed you out and fixing it is going to give you a lot of confidence. It's going to make you feel a lot better about yourself. It's going to reduce your stress levels, and it's going to raise your testosterone levels. Taking sunlight in the morning, not more than an hour within waking up. I mean, after you wake up, don't wait around for more than an hour to get sunlight. Make sure to get it as soon as you can. Like I said, no more than an hour, and not for more than 20 minutes to an hour if where you live is way too cloudy or your skin color is like very dark. The darker your skin color, the more sunlight you'll actually need. But if your skin color is like mine, you just make sure not to stand in the sun for too long, unless you are like in the place you should be, like Norway or something, or Northern Europe, or North America. So if you are in some of those places, you actually kind of need like 20 minutes to 1 hour under the sun, probably. If this is like really cloudy, even 2 hours or something. Make sure not to overdo it. You can get skin cancer. Yeah, my father got it. He's fine, by the way. But back in the day, he got it. It's like really bad. So yeah, eating clean, especially eggs and protein in general, above all meat and healthy organic animal fat. Avoid as much as you can plastics, containers, dinerware, plastic bottles of water, all of it. As much as you can. They lower your testosterone levels. They're fucking do it. I already explained why. Like the xenoplastics like mimic estrogens in your bloodstream. They actually store. They are actually not just the estrogens, but also the microplastic. The microplastics are stored in fat. So that's why we want to lower your body fat as much as possible, because the more you lower it, also be careful not go below a 6% body fat. If you get to a 7% or something like that, just try not to go below that, because it will, with so little fat, you're actually going to start dropping on testosterone levels, and you're going to start feeling worse because you're not able to produce testosterone, because you produce the testosterone from the fat. But you need to strike this specific balance in which you got like almost no fat, but just enough fat to produce a lot of testosterone. So the idea is like you eating eggs a lot, for example, that they have like a lot of cholesterol and animal fat. You know, if you eat a lot of animal fat with your meat, then you are on a good path, because that fat you're using it straight away streamlining the process to produce it directly into testosterone and never even getting stored in your body, because you have already such fast metabolism that you're just this machine of producing testosterone, muscle, more and more productivity. So I want you to be like a fucking hero. I want you to be like Hercules and Achilles himself. I'm talking about world class heroes of all. That's the kind of level we're trying to achieve here at ETIA. Excellence. That's excellence in ancient Greek. So strive for that. That's what we're trying. That's what we're doing. Nothing but excellence, bro. So after that, sleep right and consistently, always at the same hours, and between 6 to 9 hours, whatever works best for you. Remember that you need at least, let's say when you're a beginner and you're not like falling asleep straight away, you need to be at least 2 hours before you are going to go to bed, in bed already, to try to sleep. Want to do your like winding down routine, perhaps reading. See if you're going to read on a Kindle or on your cell phone or whatever. Make sure that the blue light filter is on. And if you are like going to watch something, which I don't really recommend, I would recommend you to be like productive for 24/7 to build up this kind of momentum and this kind of energy and this kind of power. But if you really need to, which fuck it, don't be a pussy, just don't watch Netflix or whatever shit. If you're going to watch necessarily a movie or something for inspirational purposes, make sure not to watch any bullshit. Make sure to watch something really, really fucking inspirational and masculine as fuck. A true piece of art, probably a classic, like Gone with the Wind, Casablanca or some shit like that, or Troy, or Fight Club. Yeah, those are basically some of the movies that I would recommend you to watch, but don't make a habit of watching movies before going to bed or whatever. But if you need to watch that kind of thing, make sure to also just use the blue light filter on your device, your television or your computer or whatever. So if you go to bed, for example, if you're going to sleep 6 hours, you need to be in bed like 2 hours before that. So you need to be in bed in total like 8 hours. You see? You're going to be in bed 8 hours to only sleep 6, because you're going to spend 1 hour reading or 2 hours watching a movie. Motherfucker, don't do it. Or you're going to spend 1 hour reading and 1 hour trying to fall asleep. You see? Something like that. Excuse me. So if you spend like 9 hours, if you want to sleep for 9 hours and you realize that it's the best for you, or 8 hours, if it's 8 hours, you need to be in bed 10 hours before actually sleeping, before actually waking up. So you go to bed, spend those 2 hours, one winding down and the other one actually what the fuck? And the other one actually well, like I said, and the other one you're going to be actually, yeah, I fucked up with the recording.
on the cell phone. So I surely hope you can hear me with these things, because I think it was like an hour there. Yeah, doesn't matter. So the thing is, you need to spend that amount of time, always 2 hours before actually going to bed. So you got like 1 hour to fall asleep and another hour to easily do your winding down routine. So whatever works best for you, so you feel more rested. More is not necessarily always better. And why do I say this? Because I have realized that sometimes I have slept like 12 hours, 14 hours, and I have actually woken up with less energy, feeling way worse, and sometimes I have slept like 6 hours really deep, really profoundly, and I have woken up. And a very important thing that I don't know if I haven't told you, if I tell you in this section, but you really need to know this, and it's really important. When you actually wake up naturally, you need to jump straight out of bed. You cannot like stay more time in bed and maybe just kind of open your eyes, see the hour, and just go back to sleep or whatever. You fucking wake up straight away. Don't go back to bed, don't fall asleep again or whatever. Whenever you wake up. Get out of bed immediately. Trust me, it's going to make wonders for your energy levels, because when you go back to sleep, you, for some weird reason, you mess up your sleep. If you do not believe me, get yourself an Aura ring or one of those Whoop bands or whatever to track your sleep. My father is doing it, and I haven't been tracking my sleep yet. I'm going to buy perhaps like a Aura ring or something. I do like those rings are like a really good investment. They're kind of expensive, like $300 or something, but they are totally worth it. So you're going to see, if you use one of those, that the days you sleep in, the days you wake up and just keep sleeping because you're just a lazy motherfucker, and I get it, I relate to it. I love sleeping, and it has happened to me countless times. I actually got kind of into that bad habit. I have realized recently, and I'm trying to get out of it as soon as possible, because it does fucks your energy levels. It does lowers the quality of your overall sleep for some fucking reason. I don't know exactly why, what's the science behind it, but it does works like that. I'm going to investigate it and dig deeper into it to actually know, and I suggest you do the same, but it's really fucking interesting. So please stay out of bed once you wake up. To make sure you wake up always at the same time, at the beginning I would suggest you to use an alarm clock. I know it's really bad, but it's actually way easier to get into the habit of waking up at a certain hour than getting to the habit of going to bed at a certain hour. It's way easier to force yourself to wake up even if you're sleep deprived than actually going to bed. I have struggled a lot with insomnia, so I can tell you this. Also make sure to eat at the very least 3 hours before going to sleep. I'm telling you, sleep optimization is really fucking important. It's one of the most important things for actually high levels of testosterone. So you really need to take this seriously. If you are going to take this seriously, buy the fucking ring, or buy a Whoop band, or one of those I believe Apple watches have like that kind of thing, but I'm not quite sure, so I'm not sponsored by any of them, to be honest. I know YouTubers love to say this. I'm getting into the habit of saying it as well. I guess it comes with the title. Whatever. So that's the thing. Make sure to optimize your sleep, and to gamify it, and to be able to track your progress on it. the best thing you can do is to buy that thing, but don't use, if you don't have the money for it, don't use it as excuse. Don't cope and say, well, I'm not going to optimize my sleep already because I haven't been able to buy that tracking expensive device to know if I'm sleeping right or not. Don't be like a fucking pussy. Don't do that. You are going to start optimizing it right the fuck now. And whenever you're making enough money to actually buy that thing, you're going to make the investment as soon as you can, because investing on your health, investing on your capacity to be productive is really fucking important. You are investing basically on your business at the same time when you're doing such a thing. So make sure you're doing it. Don't be dumb. If you do not take care of your body, if you do not oil correctly this machine, where the fuck are you going to live? If you don't take care of your body, where are you going to live? You see? Also, how are you going to perform better if you're not taking care of it, making sure it's optimized fully? That's what we're doing here. We're optimizing for absolutely everything, and trust me, it is possible. And you can be 1,000 times better than anybody. Some people think they have to actually give up their health to be successful, but I'm telling you that actually to be truly great, you do not give up your health. Yeah, your health as well. You need like a really like a lot of servants at your big manor. I'm just kidding. So actually yes. So bro, make sure you are optimizing everything, because if you're optimizing all these things are not going to hinder you. On the contrary, these things are going to propel you to fucking stardom. So make sure everything is on track. And by tracking things, you actually make sure that you're making progress in them. So you'll make progress way faster when you know what you're doing, when you're getting feedback. Feedback is going to help a lot. So make sure you get it. Well, like I was saying, make sure not to use blue light screens and avoid all blue lights in general before bed. By the way, you know that these lights, like the regular ass lights that you got on your ceiling, they are blue lights. They don't have a filter. Only the old ones, really old ones, like incandescent light from the 50s or something, those are the only ones that actually are like do not have, that are like yellow lights, are not like white blue lights. So make sure to at least get some, if you can, you could get as well like some blue light filter glasses, which are like these glasses with this piece of glass of red color, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to help with that when you cannot avoid having like night lights in your house. You don't need to be like a billionaire or a millionaire or whatever like Brian Johnson to optimize for most of these things. Do everything you can with the resources you already have. And if you do that, trust me, you're going to, if you do that and prioritize working out for the body, meditating for the soul and reading for the mind and working on your project, working on your business because you want to get to a because you want to have resources, bro, trust me that if you put this sharp ass mind that I'm helping you to build here, this sharp ass body, this sharp ass spirit, soul that you're creating here, and you direct it towards that aim of acquiring, for example, resources, of helping people, of making something truly wonderful, of building this kind of legacy, of getting purpose out of life, man, trust me, you can be as rich as Brian Johnson and beyond. I'm not kidding. I'm not saying this just to hype you up. I'm completely serious about it. Recently I started making money online for the first time. When I told my mother, she cried of joy. I remember looking into my father's face of pride and happiness. So happy, saying that he always believed in me, even when everybody else didn't. I was just you can have that. I want you to experience that. And it only took me a month and a half of pure concentration. It's true that it's been like 3 years of self-improvement, learning all these things, getting good at it. But trust me, you just gotta start. The sooner you start, the better. And the best thing is that you don't have to be like this master of your craft, of this thing. You can start and record yourself and show people the entire journey. I should have done that. Instead of starting my YouTube channel almost like 3 years ago and then abandoning it because I was just too focused on my grind, on my self-improvement, because I was too focused on getting out of this years-long depression I had been living in. I just didn't prioritize building a business or making money at that time. And then later on I tried eight different business models, eight fucking different business models. I didn't make a dime with any of them. I failed at all. And now the nine business model, which is an online business, is what I have built here, is the one that after all the learning lessons, after all these years of self-improvement, after all of this, is the one that is actually working. Bro, you really need to be persistent as fuck if you want to make it. You really need to realize that you're going to fail like crazy and keep taking notes on why the fuck are you failing. When Thomas Edison made the light bulb, the light bulb, right? Is that how you say it? Light bulb, yeah, like the light bulb. Well, when Thomas Edison made the light bulb, well, before he did it, he kind of I remember this story. Excuse me, I'm kind of paraphrasing it here, but he tried to make like 1,000 different light bulbs. None of them worked. None of them was actually able to irradiate light, you know. And a friend of him told him that something that he had failed a lot, that how he felt. I don't know if he was like like a journalist or a friend of him, but he told him, what does it feel to actually have failed at inventing like the light bulb? And he said that he hadn't failed, that he just had discovered 1,000 ways not to make a light bulb. And bro, that's so fucking powerful. Think about it. He just discovered 1,000 ways how not to do the thing he's trying to do. So he clearly knows a lot more of what not to do and in which direction. That's like narrowing down in which direction you gotta go. If you got like 360 degrees all around you, and you try each one of those degrees to a certain radio, let's say something that you want to find in a certain radio, even if you're fucking blind, and just by touching, bro, you're going to find what you're looking for just by narrowing down where is it not that thing that you're looking for. Eventually you're going to find exactly what you're trying to find. And that's the thing. You gotta keep going, you gotta keep trying, and you'll find your purpose, you'll find your mission, you'll find your skill. Excuse me. So like I said, avoid screens, avoid all blue lights in general before bed. Have a winding down routine of at least 1 hour before sleep, and try not to eat at least 3 hours before bed. This is really important. I think this is have a winding down routine of at least 1 hour before bed, and try not to eat at least 3 hours before bed, and of it still is not giving you if it's still and if it's still not giving you perfect results, keep pushing that hour further and further away from your bedtime. Start tracking your sleep quality with something like an Oura ring for optimal results. Yeah. So fourth, simply winning and acquiring more and more money, power, muscles, and status. This is really simple. These things are like an upward spiral, a positive feedback loop. We already talked about all that. So yeah, it's really important. Just by winning, there's actually a study about it that they track, like before a football game, or I believe it was like a football game, they track the amount of, just by extracting blood and all that shit, the amount of testosterone each team had, and even they track the amount of testosterone each team had, right? And they face each other and all that shit. One of the teams won the game, and they made another test to make sure to track the levels of testosterone of each team. The team that won was had like risen their levels of testosterone considerably from before the game, and had way higher testosterone than the other team. But even further than that, the study was actually done also to the fans of each team, and even the fans of the winning team had higher testosterone, and the other ones, like the losers, it's not just that they remain with the same level of testosterone, their testosterone levels even dropped, and even the ones from the fans. So, bro, if you are depressed, you are killing your testosterone effectively. If you are laying down like a beating up dog, if you feel like a loser, you are sending a signal to your body that you need to produce less testosterone, that you are less of a man, that you are less strong, less capable, less confident. So that's why we start with affirmations and we change the whole script, because we need to destroy the limiting beliefs inside your brain. We need to change the whole story you tell to yourself about yourself, the entire way you perceive yourself. We need to change it all. So, fourth, as a bonus, high intensity cardio on intervals. Yeah, like sprinting with everything you have until you run out of breath entirely, then walking for a couple of minutes to catch your breath and sprinting again. It works just as well for cycling and swimming, like I have said, and just repeat the process from 20 minutes to 40. Try not to do it for more than an hour, not even get to an hour. It could spike too much your cortisol levels. I personally rather do it 3 times a week on the days I don't do weight training. So I'll do a split of push Mondays, I think I already told you about this, pull Wednesdays, on legs Fridays, in which I include abs and neck training. I already showed you my routine, so I hope you have already written it down and have it like ready to start it yourself. And on Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday I'll do high intensity interval cardio training, like training cardio. Sprinting is the best, and rest on Sundays. It will increase massively the growth hormone production in your body, and testosterone as well will go through the roof. So yeah. And number 5, it might seem counterintuitive, but strangely enough, by spending more energy, we get more energy. If you push yourself to the limit today and work out a lot, run, work on your business, walk a long distance, and do a lot of intense and energy demanding tasks, have a good night of sleep, when you wake up next day, invariably you'll have more energy by default. That's because your body adapts. If you lie around all day going from the bed to the couch and from the couch to the bed, your body will realize it doesn't need to spend a lot of energy throughout the day. So it just won't produce as much energy for you to use. That's one of the reasons you get to feel lethargic and extremely tired when you have been living a sedentary lifestyle for a while. So stay active, keep moving. That's all for the 6th module. You are ready to be a fucking beast now, a true savage, man. Don't waste this opportunity. Don't waste all this knowledge. Fucking apply it. Start doing this today. Start building your affirmations right away. I want you to, by this moment, you should already have like your affirmations. you should have already your timetable. You should have been already, if you're like watching one module every day, this is like 7 days or so probably, then you should have been doing this already for at least 5 to 4 days already, with your affirmations and with your timetable, which is in module 2. So if you haven't, this is your last chance, because we're jumping right now straight into module 7, and this is the end of the course. At least for now. I'm going to include a couple of modules in the future, but this is basically the end of the core course. Think about that. Don't waste your fucking time, man. You got it all. There's no excuse now. You really do got it all. Get to work. Welcome to our very last module of the Lion Racers course. If you have come this far, I know for a fact that you are born for greatness, that you are bound to greatness. In the future, I will include more modules to this course eventually, so stay tuned for that. But here we are. You should be, like I said, at the ending of the sixth module. You should be already very far, at least 4 or even 5 days into your whole program, the Lion Racers program. So you should be already a cop, growing, showing his teeth, starting to develop these solid habits, already feeling the energy that comes from these like really fucking masculine and inspiring affirmations that you're practicing every single day, that you're sowing that seed into your unconscious mind, and you're starting to feel that. You're probably already doing your workouts, you are probably already started your high intensity interval training to raise your testosterone levels, to raise your energy levels, your growth hormone, and you're doing your resistance training. And you might have even picked up one of the books that I showed you. So I should perhaps have put this module even like further in the beginning, but you never know. You might have skipped on reading on me. You might have been sort of slacking in that one regard, or you might have already heard me talking about Atomic Habits by James Clear. So let's go into it. The first book I recommend you, and this is the actual order I recommend that you read them. So Atomic Habits, it was the first for me. It was the first one that I started into when I got into self-improvement properly. And it helped me a lot, like solidifying these habits while practicing at the same time, and having this theory, and at the same time I could just put it into practice while I was doing it. It wasn't just like reading for getting some random information I was never going to actually use. It was a transformative experience. It gave me so many more tools to actually apply the thing I was reading about. So yeah, It was fucking awesome, and it will help you a lot. It's very simple book. It's very straight to the thing. It doesn't have like very high level complicated stuff, although it does have like studies and that kind of thing, but it's explained in a very non-academic language. I know for a fact that academic papers on this kind of thing, because I read my fair bit, my fuck, got stuck in my head. I have read my fair bit of them, so I know books like Selecting Breathing and the Birth of Philosophy by Cousin Alamari, which is like an academic paper on his actual PhD thesis that he just published. And books like Maps of Meaning by Jordan Peterson. Those books are dense as fuck, man. And they, for example, Maps of Meaning by Jordan Peterson does have like these troubles with editing. I mean, the way the chapters are cluttered, it's fucking insane. There are chapters that are like 100 pages. What the fuck is that, man? You cannot stop reading. Because if you stop reading, then you kind of lost the flow of what you were reading about, and then you start like at half of a chapter and it doesn't make a lot of sense. You got to remember really hard what the fuck you were actually reading. So it's like a very poor choice on the structuring of the chapters, but I understand that he has talked about it a fair bit, and I understand like he had like this really strong flow of inspiration, but a good editor would have made that book way better, because it has a lot of important, valuable and interesting information, but the way it's presented is horrendous. I'm actually looking forward to read his last like more new books, like 12 Rules for Life, that I heard it got like pretty famous when he launched it, but I'm just way too focused on other books right now. So Atomic Habits, that's your first choice to build up habits. Yeah, to know the structure, to know how to actually build them, to build the systems, and as a bonus at the end he will explain you the thing with which I actually started this course, which is identity shifting. The importance, I'm not sure he uses affirmations. I don't quite remember. I think he doesn't, but he does speaks about the importance of the way in which you perceive yourself, and the core of all habits is identity, because you do what comes natural to you. You do what your unconscious mind has been programmed to do. If you program your unconscious mind to be a fucking degenerate, watch porn, masturbate, play video games, eat junk food and all that shit, of course you're going to be a fucking degenerate, and you're going to believe yourself to be it, because you are, right? But if you want to change, the fastest and most proven way to actually make it and stick to it is by changing entirely your identity. And you need all the aid you can on this endeavor. And you can call upon that aid from your unconscious mind by sowing this seed through the affirmations, and then by practicing what you're preaching to your own unconscious mind and casting these votes for that kind of identity you're building, you're going to make it, and you're going to start having proof, a lot of proof, that you are this person you're saying you are. Because if you start only by trying to do the thing by sheer willpower, you are going to lose that steam, that motivation, that willpower at some point, and then you're going to return back. If you have a good system in place, you're going to be more likely to stick to it for the long run, and it's going to be better. But if on top of that you are already changing your identity to begin with, and then you have the system, the timetable, and then you are casting the votes by actually doing the shit, even if it takes like willpower at that moment, bro, by the end of 2 weeks you're going to start fucking believing you are that person. And from then on, I don't want to say it's smooth sailing, but at least your problems and your issues are going to be completely different. You'll never struggle again with porn, addiction, or masturbation, or whatever. But you'll never have like the need to go back to substances, to indulge yourself in these kind of pleasures that end up making you feeling worse. You won't have the need to escape in those substances to this different reality. You won't have to escape either on video games, because everything you were getting from those, you're going to get it from these 1,000 times multiplied. Think about it. Completing tasks on video games, getting your GTA San Andreas character strong. Bro, what the fuck? You can get yourself a strong motherfucker. You can get yourself a smart. That's why you're reading. That's why you're doing this course. You can get yourself actually spiritual power. You can be like a real fucking hero and do shit that people only dream of. Starting movements, gathering people, starting a fucking revolution, starting a business, which is kind of the most pussy way to go about it. But if you need to start your revolution, then start a business. Bro, I am so excited for you. I can tell, you can tell on my eyes right now. I want you to experience so many wonderful things, and you're going to have such an amazing life. And I'm just glad I'll be here to see you succeed, to see how all of us make it. And it's just a wonderful experience to be able to help you like that, to be able to give you what someone gave me when I needed it the most. So, the second book is The Way of Man by Jack Donne. Here you'll learn about the four, this is really important, the four tactical virtues of man, how, and the difference between being a good man, what society tells you is a good man, which changes from culture to culture, to being actually good at being a man. This is exactly what you learn in this book. What are the four tactical virtues, which are strength as might in general, like speed, agility, and also actual strength. Courage, because without courage you cannot exert your strength. Mastery, how good you are at a specific craft that is valuable to the tribe, to the group, because this is like in a very tribal way of thinking, and I don't say it in a derogative way. I actually mean it in a good, really fucking good way. The way we are meant to be. The way we should be. The way we still are, even though our senses and values have been perverted by this modern world. And the thing is not that it's a bad word because it's the modern world, it's just like we are on a decadent society. It's not decadent because it's actually, it's decadent because it's ending. It's decadent because we are on a life cycle that is ending of our Western world. So The Way of Men by Jack Donovan, and the other one is Honor. I don't want to explain it into too much detail. Muscles in Minutes by Mike Menzer, Hard Times Create Strong Men by Stefan Arnio, Bronze Age Mindset by Bab. That's one of the best books I have ever read. I'm telling you. The Millionaire Fastlane by MJ DeMarco, that's for business, and The Way of the Superior Man by David Dibb. I gotta go now, but I'll see you soon. So, take care, brother. Keep going. You'll make it big. I'll see you in the next one.